saw and a board and I'll cut it. I'll climb up a ladder with a hammer and a nail and I'll nail it. Well, we worked so hard to build a little house together. In the snow or the rain or the ice cold wind, whenever. No matter what the weather, we're together. Let me have a rule and a saw and a board and I'll cut it. Climb up a ladder with a hammer and a nail and I'll nail it. Well, we worked so hard to build a little house together. In the snow or the rain or the ice cold wind, whenever. No matter any weather, we're together.
Hello everyone, my name is Notepad Anon, and I usually write games for fun, but today we're not going to write any games. Today we're going to look at a few of them. Notably, games from a very certain kind of place in American history. Yes, the Wild West. The West, the vast, untamed land out west. It's hard to explain the Wild West to those who aren't American. To those who don't kind of understand it already, because the Western, the classic Western, actually just, like, the classic Western, you could say, is right here. The man with no name. You have things, and, you have people like, Rootin' Tootin' cowboys, Indians, and everything else. Ooh, excuse me. John Wayne, I'll leave him up there as an example. It's a kind of a cultural phenomenon, kind of unique to the United States, if anything. Mostly just because, well, that's where it took place. But the weird thing is, well, arguably one of the most famous Westerns of all time, the Man with No Name trilogy, or the, I think, Fistful of Dollars trilogy is what it's called. This was filmed in Italy. This was an Italian movie. The West has a very unique place in history because it's probably the one that has been most, I wouldn't say Flanderized, but I think the proper term would be used. Wait a second. No. Wait a god. Fuck. God damn. Where are you? Someone forgot to turn off the things. There we go. Yeah, someone forgot to turn off the ads. So hopefully the ads are all gone now. We don't have to think about them anymore. But alas, it's... God damn it. It's there. Piano's always a bitch to man. But there's also some... How do I want to word this? The West has been used for a lot of different things. Hence, things like the Marlboro Man. Look, I mean, the idea behind it is that people use the West as this kind of encapsulation of being manly, of being American, of being the most rootin' tootin' cowboy you physically could be. That's the entire concept. That's the entire idea, is that you want to be this larger-than-life character, almost. You want to be the rootin' tootin' cowboy. Because that's cool. And look, everybody, he's the Marlboro Man. He's smoking. But other companies got in this, mind you. Let me see. The Wells Fargo. Tales of Wells Fargo. I've got a 6-gun cure for strongbox fever. Like, everybody, for a very long time, used Westerns as the basis for a lot, because the Western to American audiences were just that popular. They were the encapsulation of the American dream. A land far out west where you can be anything, do anything, and escape any past you may have. And there were, let me see, Western films. Let's see, there were a lot of Westerns. And some of them were good, some of them were bad. But the idea is that over time, it gradually faded. There used to be a Western made every, like at least one Western made every, few months back in the day. Nowadays, a Western's kind of quaint in its own way, especially one taken completely straight. One that isn't something like, Django Unchained or... the most recent Magnificent Seven. These are kind of rare. You more likely get things like Buster Scruggs, which is kind of a parody of the entire thing in its own way, or let me see. Or 1,000 Ways to Die in the West with literally Seth MacFarlane. Like, yeah. That's the entire idea. The West has kind of eclipsed, you could say. People stopped enjoying it. Stopped being as popular as it was. But that brings us to our games today. Probably, arguably, the one game that people most know about is Boot Hill. Actually, the Boot Hill RPG. This is Boot Hill. Boot Hill came out a long time ago. This came out in 1975. You kind of see that. Yeah, this is probably one of the first legit role-playing games ever here, which it was rough. You're gonna enjoy it. Boot Hill, it was kind of paired with its slightly better known counterpart D&D. And there's a good reason for it. The West kind of has this bad problem of being very American in its way. And because it's very American, even though you have things from other countries, everyone kind of associates it with the Wild West of the US, and everyone's rootin' tootin' and blasting. But it has its own issue, and it's got its own issues. However, let me see if I can bring up the Let me see. What would be the correct? What would be the correct? Let's do Western TT. There are just to give you the idea, there are a lot of cowboy games. There are a lot of westerns. A lot of western games. An absurd amount of them, in fact. 1,418 on drive-through to be exact. Now, mind you, most of these are probably adventures, but bear with me here. There's quite a few of them, just because it's something that is universal. Man wanders into town with a 6-shooter on his side, and he's ready to dole out justice wherever it goes. Yeehaw, chuckle fucks. Fuck you, Texas. Fuck you, Oklahoma. You're next. But the games we're going to be going over today, they're a little bit odd. They're a little bit strange. And I'm just going to do a quick once over of all. All right. So this is Song of the Sixgun. This is Tombstone. This is Tombstone. The Wild West Cinema RPG, role-playing in a West that never was. You got to do the entire name. If you don't do the entire name, are you really human? Gunslingers and Gamblers. Gunslingers, Wild West Action, and in turn, we're going to have to review a completely different game. Just bear that in mind. That's just something we're going to have to live. Dust Devils. Dust Devils is, you may know Dust Devils, you may not. I don't know. And probably the one that you probably all came here for, Dogs in the Vineyard. Yes, Dogs in the Vineyard. Vincent Baker's probably, I believe this is his 3rd or 4th game. Before he even made, the little-known game known as Apocalypse World. But, here we are. This is what we're going to be going over. So, the game we're going to be starting off with, I kind of thought about it for a bit, but generally what I need to do is I need to introduce everybody. I need to introduce everybody to what the hell we're actually working with. So, we're going to go over Song of the Sixgun. Yeah, Song of the Sixgun, which is probably the most generic cowboy TM game you can name you can actually. I'm not lying when I say this is not exactly a fascinating game. It's a very simplistic game, we'll say. It does exactly what it says on the tin, and I kind of respect that in a way. It is, by all accounts, a cowboy TM game, though. Let me just get that out of the way. This is a cowboy TM game, and you're gonna like it. So this is Spaghetti Western role-playing game. Now, note this term, Spaghetti Western. So when people actually speak about Westerns, usually they kind of break it down into a few different categories. So, gotta fix this real fast. Usually the idea is that there is the true Western, which is usually American made and gritty, we'll call it. There is the Spaghetti Western, which is mostly Italian made. And those are the two you can call the main genres. True Westerns, Spaghetti Westerns, and then from there you get things like parodies, reimaginings. You also get some weird ones such as dumpling westerns. Those were actually fairly popular. They filmed in Manchuria, which was pretty much the Wild West. Or you get, what were they called? It was, they were effectively filmed in southern Spain. I think they're called like Andalus westerns. But you actually get it quite a bit. So, but when people usually mention the term spaghetti western, they are mentioning a very certain kind of western. A very certain kind of story, which is a little bit over the top, a little bit weird, and very trope heavy. You're gonna have heroes walk in with their 10-gallon hats and their the belts around them, they're gonna eye each other down and they're gonna say, "Yeehaw, chuckle fucks. I'm gonna shoot you with my 6-shooter," and then they fan the hammer and everything looks cool. That's the entire idea of the spaghetti western. Song of the Sixgun is a game, alright. I would say that it is, in fact, a game. So, and through our journey, we're going to be using a very special character. Say hello to Martin Coxsack. Yes, Martin Coxsack here is going to be our example cowboy here. Nothing too bad. And he is going to show us how every single one of these characters actually function. And how to actually make a character in these games. Because I always feel that's really important. If you can't make a character, you're probably not going to have a good time. So, let's begin with Song of the Sixgun. Well, Song of the Sixgun actually comes from this guy. Seann McAnally. I'm going to pray to God that's how you pronounce his name and not how I also think it might be pronounced. So, hey, don't worry. The saga of Martin Coxsack will be told in this particular case. So, Seann here apparently writes things. He likes to write books. And if you kind of see here, you have things like murder mysteries. He's got badass chicks from history. And then I can confirm that this isn't him, because this is his game. This is one of his other games called Mad Am I, right here. So, let's actually kind of look and see if we can't find anything on this guy, and the answer is probably not. Because when I said this was somewhat of a history lesson, this game came out in 2018, and generally speaking, this is what we're working with. This is kind of what he's worked on to some degrees. And I couldn't find anything else on the guy. So, you get things like Apocalypse 1666, like, oh, Great Fire of London for traditional fantasy rules. It's an OSR game. Okay. This company's called Nerd Glows On. Tales that fry men's souls. Like, alright, weird campaign for traditional tabletop fantasy games. Labyrinth, specifically OSR, specifically Labyrinth Lord and Swords and Wizards. Oh. Arizona Goes to Hell, OSR. Bad Kansas City, Mission Excalibur. No, Bad Kansas City, OSR. Mission Excalibur, OSR. Commando Raids. Urban Fantasy Hex Crawls. Gentlemen and Demons. Yes, there's actually, he does do other games. Specifically of this kind of variety. What I'm trying to get across here more than anything is that he does use OSR stuff mostly. He is primarily an OSR writer, which some people are going to really like and some people aren't really going to like at all. And if I could find anything else on him, I really couldn't. He's kind of a... how do I want to word this? Kind of a hidden soul. We'll say that. He's a guy who doesn't really show that much. I couldn't really actually find much about him at all, really. Even down to his website, as you can kind of see here. This is it. Like, this is his website. This isn't exactly the most authentic and most, like, heavy. Seann McAnally, yep, I used that same cowboy pick. Yep, that's just if you Google Ram Ranch, that's the first thing that comes up. But, yeah, his most things are things like this. He does a lot of OSR games. He doesn't actually have that many of his own particular games. The only ones that he really has are these two, which is Song of the Sixgun and Gentlemen vs. Demons, which I'd actually like to see if I can't find that. Gentlemen vs. Demons. We also have, he does do this, glowing reviews. He does have a gaming podcast, which is called Goonies World. Kind of see like that, but it's an actual play podcast. So, when was the last time you uploaded? Let's go to his Twitter. February 14th. Okay, looks like he's uploading stuff. Yeah, this is who this guy is, and the game that he wrote was kind of one of his other games, kind of one of the things that he's not, you could say, specialized in. Man, that Song of the Sixgun. Now, one thing to note about this game is that this game is only 36 pages long. This game is incredibly small. What we would traditionally think of like oh, it's a full big-ass game. No, this is 36 pages, right to the point, 3 ducks. And it is, the thing is, too, is that it's not using any custom artwork. All of this is taken from comic books, particularly Brazilian comic books. Let me see if I can find, where's that? Yeah, right here. Outlaws of the West, O Cavaleiro Fantasma, Sheriff of Tombstone, Crack Western, Blazing West, Outlaws of the West 23. And he even cites, we gratefully acknowledge the influence of Warhammer Fantasy, Top Secret, Call of Cthulhu, Boot Hill, and Lamentations of the Flame Princess. Yeah, and also, this book is for experienced gamers. So welcome to the West that wasn't. So, it's a Euro-Western style action game, and that's kind of the idea. The thing is, it is a D100 system, as you can kind of see right here. This is a D100 system. Not exactly what we would like to call either a deep D100 system, because this is it. At the end of the day, this is what 99% of what you're going to be doing. You're going to be rolling your fighting skill, your shooting skill, your notice skill, your muscle skill. You're going to be rolling these and then doing a little bit of damage. The only like really big unique thing is when it comes to the particular method of how damage is done, which we'll get to in a bit. Spoiler warning, it's directional. So, and he goes over it, and he goes over how to make characters, and it's just like, here's some examples, do this. So, most characters are going to be, this is what most of the characters are actually going to be, right here. Do you of any real release of card-based system wild cards? Have I heard of wild cards before? I've heard of wild cards before. I have not personally read through it. Yeah, that's George R. Martin's book, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I've never personally read through it, though. Or are we thinking of a different game? Because I know wild cards does actually have one. But yeah, no, probably not then. But yeah, overall, this game is actually a D100 system, and let's generate some characteristics, shall we? We're gonna take our D100. We're gonna take both of our dice here. Like, oh wow, look, I rolled a 14. I got a 44. Yeah, it's not exactly it. When I said like this isn't exactly like the most hardcore game, this is it. Martin here actually rolled pretty well. He was a young and relatively inexperienced character. And for those who are smart and can kind of see what the math is going to kind of put up to be, roughly speaking, a young or relatively inexperienced character is going to be 32 to 40. While, actually no, it'd be 32 to 50. This one is going to be 47 to 60, actually 65. And this is going to be 62 to 80. You're going to have things that are going to be relatively similar. And these are your stats. They aren't, again, nothing out of the ordinary. The only one that kind of threw me for a loop was action, but if you understand, that's exactly what it is. The only other big thing is this. You're going to get a modifier after it, which is going to be a flat value, which is going to be +1, +2, plus anything. I'll have to look into it. We are going over a card-based game, actually, today. We are going to go over one. It's called Dust Devils. We're going to be going over that, probably after this one. But as we go through, we're like, all right, that's it. And then we got our trait bonuses. And you're like, oh, all right. And then we have to choose our combat skills. These are what almost all of our abilities are going to be. And these are going to be the average of these two attributes. So for me, For Martin, he has to do with the average of his muscle and spirit, which ended up to be 36. And his shooting skill is the average of his action and his notice, which was 41. Yeah, again, not... I kind of wanted to go over this one, simply because it is very safe. This is a very safe game. Now, the big thing is you have to start with an occupational skill. What the idea of this occupational skill is that you choose 2 attributes. This is actually a good idea. You choose 2 attributes, and then you average them together, and that's what your occupation is. So obviously, Martin Coxsack I chose his occupation to be a Ram Ranch cowboy. Thus, he's using action and health, which again, these are his best attributes. However, the idea being like he's a cowboy. Of course, he's going to be doing these things because that's what Martin Coxsack, the cowboy from Ram Ranch, does, which is really funny to say, and I'm going to keep saying it because I'm actually a tiny baby. Coffee. It's like, oh, all right, okay, weapons and gear. Now, keep note of this. Keep note of this value right here. $160. This is not a lot of money. And you want to know why it's not a lot of money? Because things are real fucking expensive in this particular game. So it's not required that you buy a horse, but you'll probably want to do it in your first time you have to walk across Arizona. You can argue native clothes and weapons don't cost anything. Because yes, the only thing you get for free is long underwear. That's the only thing. And then that's an explicit line. The only thing you get for free is long underwear. And you can carry up to your health bonus ×2 encumbering items. Oh, alright. Easy enough to understand. So, how much do things cost? So, obviously, we're going to need our Bowie knife. That's going to cost us 5. Our Bowie knife is going to cost us 5 because we need a Bowie knife, obviously. Okay, our ranged weapon. Well, we need a revolver because we're cool like that. Because we're a fucking cowboy. Of course we need a revolver. So that's going to take that much out. And, protective clothing. Well, obviously, I think I should buy some chaps. You know, we want to make sure that we're going to survive our first fucking gunfight. So we'll bring that. And, oh, God, we need to buy clothes. So... We're gonna have to buy boots. Boots cost that much. Like, so we're already down to $105. We're gonna need to buy a hat because why the fuck wouldn't you have a hat? I guess we should buy gloves while we're at it. A shirt. Okay, we're gonna need to buy a shirt. Oh God, we're gonna need to buy trousers. So that's gonna be $98. All right. Again, we got plenty of money. And. Alright, we're doing pretty alright for ourselves. Oh, well, I think we should buy... Obviously, we should buy a medical kit for $25, so that means 73. Good, we're on there. Oh, we gotta forget to buy the bedroll. If you don't have the bedroll, what's the point? And... Saddle and pads? What's this? Saddle and pads for $40? What do these do? What do they do? Come on, you're gonna tell us, right? Saddle pads. Without these, you're in bad shape after a mile's ride. You're going to be riding for a long-ass time. It ain't going to be just a mile, so we need to get saddle pads. So, okay, we're down to $32. That's not a lot, right? Okay, this is it. We got to buy ourselves a horse, a Rootin' Tootin' horse. $50 for a shitty horse. $20 for a mule. Yeah. So, here's what I'm trying to kind of say here at the end of the day. That $160 that you kind of get initially isn't actually $160 because you're going to want to buy a horse. So that's going to cost you $50. You're going to have to buy saddle pads. So that's going to get reduced down to about $70. You're also going to need to buy a weapon of some sort. The minimum you should have is a revolver. So it's kind of like, okay, so we don't really have this revolver anymore, so we're down to $40. And then since you literally do not have clothes, you're going to have to spend $10 for boots. You don't even need $10 boots. However, $2 hat. You're gonna need the let me see, the trousers for, you know, $2 trousers. You're gonna need the $1 shirt. So all of this shit, so $15 in truth. In truth, you have about $25 to actually play with. And this isn't buying any protection, this isn't really buying anything like that. You got about $25 to play with, which isn't a lot. And that's you buying literally everything. And that's not even suggesting that you want to buy a good horse. If you want to buy a good horse, fuck you. You're not buying anything at that point. The pricing is a little bit wonky in this game. And I don't know if that was on purpose. I don't know if that was just kind of like an oversight. Generally speaking, it's expensive. Like, for example, these are what I had. This is what I ended up buying, you know, boots, hat, gloves, trousers, chaps, and bedroll. I went with a saddle bag, you know, my saddlebags and saddle, my poncho, and of course, a Varric the horse. Varric is a bad horse. He sucks and is bad. But that's all I could really afford. You can't really afford all that much, truth be told. And you would think in like a spaghetti western. And I was actually speaking with my friend Manly Salmon. You would think in a game that is trying to deliberately invoke that yeehaw cowboy sense of self would make things like buying a horse pretty easy. Everybody has a horse. But then you look at it like, well, you need this, you need this, you need this, you need this. And that's what I think a little bit of that OSR kind of... I think it's one of those things, part of the OSR genre, that kind of bleeds into this particular game, where he's like, well, of course you're not going to buy everything, you're going to get it. Like, maybe this works for an OSR, but not quite for a cowboy game you're kind of deliberately trying to do. So, let me just cough up my lung. So, you do also have luck points. Of course, we always like our bennies. Anytime you roll dubs, you get another one, even if you fail. So you can use luck points to re-roll, retroactive 20 on a test. And you can also spend it to avoid permanent injury or death. These are essential. Remember these. Because you do, so I do, by default, D6 plus 4 damage, with just my shitty revolver, because all the damage is actually augmented by these. Melee weapons, ranged weapons. Ranged weapons use this, melee weapons use that. Which doesn't seem too bad until you find out how the damage works. So, we gotta name our character. Let's get some names. Lightning O'Neill, Buck McGowan, Gabe Buckingham, Jim Whip Schroe, Malcolm Burkhart, Apple Jeb, Cramp Davenport, Double Barrel, Daryl Bubble Barrel Wells, Casper Leck, Jeremiah Scone, Buddy Jack Hawkins, Ezra Rawhide Jones, Women, Nora Devine, Amelia Lucky Pickle, Amelia Pickle. Everyone, you want to like Amelia Pickle? Yeah, I don't know what was like the Texana King. I don't know like what the naming process was. Like, I understand like, okay, we need some names. But did every single one of them have to sound like porn names? Was that like a requirement somewhere along the line? Was that like a... Because think about it, you turn something on being like Texana King, Double Barrel Wells, down in the yeehaw thing, and then the fucking Brazzers logo shows up. I'm like... I was dying when I was reading the fucking names, because some of them get hilariously, like, just great. They're great. So, anytime you complete your adventure, every time you get 50 XP, actually every time you get 100 XP, you roll a d10 to increase the trait. And then you increase it by that much. So, for example, let's just say, I want to increase my muscle. I can either take 5, I just increase it by 5, I go up to 41, or I can roll a d10. I rolled a 7, so I get to increase it by 7. That's how leveling up works. And of course, when you upgrade these also upgrade alongside it. That's it. It's... Ta-da! What, did you want more? You wanted a deeper setting? You want some deeper options? You're not going to get it in this game. This game is very simple. It is very to the point and is doing literally nothing else. So, if you want to do more accurately, if you want to do something that might fail, you make a test. Okay, what to test? Action, health, speed, fighting skill, shooting skill. How to test. Roll it and roll under it. Interestingly enough, this actually does not treat 0-0. I always find it fascinating with D100 systems. Every now and again, they will treat 0-0 as 0 instead of 100. So if you would roll a 100, you would have rolled a 0. This one does treat it as 100, but then specifically, it's not dubs crit or anything like that. No, it is 1 to 5 you crit, 96 to 100 you fail. So roughly speaking, you always have 5%. A 5% chance of critical success or critical failure, which sounds awfully familiar. If you're noticing something about this game, it's probably correct. So you have degrees of success and failure. For each 10 full points, you get more. Less. The better you do, the better you don't. Again, not exactly fun. I don't want to say, actually no, that's not the right word. But okay, initiative. Roll 1d10. Roll d10 plus your action bonus plus whatever this is. So I would roll 1d10 plus 4. That's my initiative. I can move 1 range and attack, or 2 ranges and don't attack. I can make a fighting skill or a shooting skill, and then I can do a special move. They don't really explain what the hell they don't really explain what these are. They just are bonuses. Even down things like called shots, hit locations, and then soak. So this is the big thing right here. Any location can take 10 wounds. Then you're dead or maimed. Because this is kind of what they say for this. Just like, yeah, just do fun stuff. Ganging up, charge. Because yes, they have the charge bonus. When you just walk in a straight line to a near target right before a fighting skill, you get a plus 10%. Works on horseback. Oh, when you gang up on someone, you have the higher ground. Only when you're fighting, not shooting. Very different. When you're fighting on horseback, you get a -10 or -20 if you're in full-out gala. And as you can see here, the authentic, my favorite piece of artwork, actually, the authentic time in the Wild West where we fought the little green men. Hello, Luca. Welcome aboard. Yes, this is my favorite part of the Wild West experience. Also, I forgot to thank you. Thank you, Burning Sideburn, for following. Burning Sideburn, God. That sounds painful. But yeah, what he did, actually, for a lot of the artwork is that he took these pictures, he took these pictures, and all he did was probably run them through a filter once or twice. Thus, you have Native Americans looking like aliens, and this man's burning red hair. So we either have to assume that he's Irish or he's fighting aliens, which, generally speaking, I don't want to take either. So, when you get hit, the 1's digit on your attack roll determines the hit location. Okay, so we'll use Martin here as an example. Let's say I rolled a hit and I rolled a 5. I'm going to hit his left hand. And let's say I hit him with a revolver. A nice and simple thing. Our revolver does d6 plus 4 damage. So, I'm going to roll my dice, and I rolled a 3. So I'm going to do 7 damage. Actually, I didn't even fill this one out because I didn't think I would need to. We'll use his right arm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's it. That's how much damage you did. Now, mind you, if I take 3 more damage, my arm is gone. Yeah, no, damage ain't fucking around in this game. Damage is far from fucking around. And you can get hit pretty damn hard. So, the idea is that you can wear armor to soak. Pretty much, instead of taking 5 damage, you're going to be taking 4 damage. Instead of taking 6, you're going to be taking 4. And armor does stack with certain pieces of armor. But if we go back to the equipment, this is all the equipment in the game. This is really all you have. It's, the chaps, your jacket or your poncho, duster, your fur mantle, you really don't actually have that much armor in the sense, unless you kind of add it in yourself. If you were to add in your own armor, you're going to be able to do it, but generally speaking, that's not a thing that how it works. So, for each 1 damage that doesn't get soaked, check a box. When all 10 boxes are checked, the location is useless, and you're going to die without immediate medical care. If it's the head, torso, or guts, you're dead. For arms, legs, hands injuries, where all boxes are checked, you have to visit a doctor to have a hope of living through it. You must test health or lose the part permanently. Otherwise, your wounds turn out to be not all serious. Patch them up yourself. Any healing attempts to wipe slate clean to hit one hit location and get rid of all checked boxes. So, what does this actually mean in gameplay terms? So, let's say for example, I get hit in the head for 10 damage. I'm dead. No ifs, ands, or buts, you're dead. So 3 of the locations are pretty much instant death, effectively, if you take 10 damage in. Everything else, if you were to fill this up, you can't use it and you're out of the fight, effectively. You are bleeding to death and you are not having a good time. And because you're not having a good time, you're gonna have to make a check. If you fail that check, well, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked. The big thing is, like, when you do actually get healed, when you actually attempt to heal somebody, what occurs is, let's say, for example, let's say this is our current situation. So I'm severely wounded in my right arm and I'm moderately wounded in my head. If I get healed, what you can do is knock off either my right arm or the head one. You can't do both. Combat's pretty fucking deadly in this game. It is very deadly, and that's kind of the point, I feel. Which you can get pretty fucked up. You can get hurt pretty easily. That's where the luck points come in. Which it didn't actually maim or kill you. You're out of the fight, but not. They even have like exclusive as for permanent effects of amputation, you suffer a -30 to action for losing a leg, -20 to an arm, -10 to a hand. You can buy these penalties off with experience points the same way you'd any other advance. However, you adapt by a prosthetic or whatever. So, for example, if I were to lose an arm, Martin Coxsack were to lose an arm, he would look like this now. It wouldn't be a -20, he would just take it off his stat. So instead of 44, he'd have 24. Which does work, don't get me wrong, it does work. The only issue is that it's kind of wonky. So, they do go over the idea of this is traveling, and this is the bad shape mechanic. Hazards and danger of all kinds can cause you to be in bad shape. Which means, you're in bad shape. So, when you're in bad shape, that means every single test you make, both mental and physical, is at -20. You take steps to make yourself better, you can recover after a day. When you're in bad shape, take a -20 to everything. So, let's just do what an example of me being banged up, what me being in bad shape would look like. This is crippling. You're fucked if that's the case. You're gonna lose. You're done before you even began. That's kind of how bad being in bad shape is. And remember what I said about the saddlebags? Yeah, no. If you ride for a mile on a horse without saddlebags, suddenly you have a -20 to everything. Which is I get what you're saying here. And some other examples of being in bad shape are you're not eating, you're not sleeping. It's generally things that you shouldn't be doing because you're in a bad situation. That's fine. It's just really painful. Overtly painful. If this was in steps, you're in bad shape, -10, you're in bad shape, -20, -30. If it was kind of the stacking thing, I could understand it. But just -20 right off the bat, some of them feel a little bit wonky. Oh, hey, you rode an hour without a saddle and a horse, suddenly you can't shoot anybody. Suddenly you are a cripple. So it's oh shit. So, obviously he kind of goes over traveling, food and water, and he does have this entire thing. And people need at least a fist-size amount of food 3 times a day. Just make a fist. So I finally understand how people write RPGs. So you take your fist. So take a fist, and that's how much food you need 3 times a day. Like, they don't really specify what kind of food. So, man, you can just fucking eat anything. Just eat a giant, bowl of peanuts. Just grab an entire thing of peanuts and just start mawing down on it. It'll be great. So, they even say, oh, at least a few hours once a day. Horses can be in bad shape. Pushing it. It's like, oh, all right. And then we have all the hazards. Poisons, drowning, falls, exposure, fire. And then they, right at the end, they talk about horses and, how horses function, how horses work, which is generally, your horse isn't going to do anything to put itself at risk. It's going to do damage when you get too close. It's going to kick you in the gonads when you get close, and if it gets spooked, it's going to do it. You can't really order your horse to do things. Will not attack on your command, but when forced to defend themselves, do the listed damage. They roll spirit rather than a fighting skill. That's pretty much it. This assumed 10 damage. They are actually amusingly less likely. They are actually more likely to get shot and killed than you are at some points, which is amusing in its own right. So yeah, it's comfort, put your horses away, do all this. It's, how do I want to word this? This seems really tacked on. They kind of go over everything and everything you kind of need. The helpful peasant. There always seems to be one of these around, happy to tout the PC's virtues, act as a servant or a helper, sharing whatever success they may achieve. Usually, but not always, a cheerful Mexican. The cavalry trooper. The sheriff or marshal. The cavalry troopers stationed at forts across the west. These guys normally spend their time going after Indians. They routinely back up sheriffs or marshals for serious law enforcement duties. Yeehaw, Chuckletucks. Bad men. Not anything, just bad men. The villain, the brute, the commercial bear. Now, mind you, all of these guys have stats, and this is kind of like your monster manual, effectively. Or my favorite, the Chinaman. He's here mining for gold, working the railroads or doing laundry, often beaten and mocked by less industrious races. Some Chinese are masters of kung fu and maybe even Chinese black magic. I don't know. It's like, here's the Chinaman, and then here's my cheerful Mexican. Some bits of this game, you look at it, you're like, oh sweet Jesus. And I get what he's going at, because this was an era where this was okay. You were allowed to say things like this. You were okay with having the China, it's the Chinaman. I'll get to that in a second. Ethical explosives, also Indian Squaw, almost universally depicted throughout the genre as beautiful, faithful, fierce, and intelligent. Either that or captive prostitutes. They often look like curvy redheads from Tuscany with dye jobs. Also, we have all our animals. Now, pay attention to the damage. The damage was the thing that I thought was hilarious. So this is, mind you, they always roll their spirits. This is the rattlesnake. Poison bypasses soak. Oh, all right. A rattlesnake has it would be a It's about 20% chance of instantly killing you. And this isn't even dealing with the buffalo, who do have a pretty high chance of just fucking killing you. Or the brown bear, or the coyotes can't instantly kill you. The eagles can fuck you up. Because, yeah, like two bad hits from an eagle, and suddenly you've got your head ripped off. The grizzly bear can just fuck your day up. Yeah, because they can grapple your torso and guts and deal a shit ton of damage. I mean, accurate, yes. Let's see. Yeah, you can survive gunfights. Like, the thing is, like, you can survive gunfights pretty easily. But it's like, oh, you got bit by a rattlesnake, you're fucked. You're just dead. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on. Probably, in fact, the horse you rode in on. And then we have all our various things. Now, the vehicles are weird. And for those who know Western movies better than me, I want to ask. So, we got the buggy, we got our cart, we got our stagecoach, the locomotive, all right. The motorcycle. Like, there's literally one single Western movie that has a motorcycle in it, and then a tank. Somewhere in the writing of this particular game, the writer was like, you know what we need? We need to fucking put a tank in here. It's like, oh, here's a tank all of a sudden. Because I believe the motorcycle was referencing a very particular, let me see, motorcycle Western. It's a very particular, let me see. Yeah, it's referencing very particular types of Western movies that are kind of a little bit later. And there was one movie it was actually showing that actually had like a very, it was an Italian movie that had it. And I can't find it now. It's going to drive me insane until I do. But generally speaking, yeah, tank kind of threw me for a loop. Then we have our locations of where everything is going to be. And, you know, what the weather is like. Because you can technically go into like a combat scenario against things like this, and its problems. It's like, oh, these random dramatic weather events in various spaghetti movies. Dead calm with a baking hot sun broiling the landscape. People huddle in shadows where they can, avoiding movement, covering in nervous sweat. Animals kneel over and die. Somewhere, ominous music plays. Like he definitely kind of plays into the movie aspect sometimes. And then we have also, you know, plot ideas, the big table of names. So, regular folk: Mortimer Sims, Tyrone McCann, Guy Ingram, Henry Tapp, Wilbur Defoe, Duff Shannon, Flanagan, Dorothy Helms. Now, these are gunfighter names. Johnny Fairweather, Grim Jim Updick. Yeah, it's ominous, just like spooky. So, Wolf Powers, Charlie Payne, Willie Myers, Bullseye Clown, Black Jack Adams, Spider White, Banner Patterson, Zeke Saxton, here to cuck all of Texas. Fuck you, Oklahoma, you're next. Noose Roberts, Jesse Lovelace, Ebony Martinez, Danica Pike, Glory Malone, Liberty Lopez, Whiplash Angel, Shotgun Hannah, The Mexicans, Domingo Espiaga, Javier Alvarado, Dante Andino, Santiago Galano, Benito Morgula, Angel de la Cruz, Ana Romero, Norafraga. Indians, Black Hoof. Women, Honeymoon, Little Smoke, Rainbow. Like, he got like 3 names. And then he goes over about every single film that he likes. Here's the character sheet, obviously. And then he kind of shills his own games. So, here's the thing with A Song of the Sixgun. Here's the thing with it. Do I like Song of the Sixgun? I'm mixed on it. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing with Song of the Sixgun. Song of the Sixgun is a perfectly serviceable game. It is distilled fun TM. This isn't gonna make you think. This isn't gonna be like a well, I've truly, cracked the code. It's a D100 system, ethical. Very simple, very to the point. Nothing really too exciting in that regard. And it's kind of that idea where most of what you're going to be doing is going to be these trying to hit people. You're going to be making checks using this. This is what 95% of the game is going to be. D100. I want to shoot someone with my gun. Oh no, there's a bad man over there. Shooting with my gun. I missed. I hit. Bang. And then it's your turn. This game doesn't really do anything like, how do I want to word this? Song of the Sixgun does nothing that is you haven't seen before. You've seen Song of the Sixgun before. You've probably played this game before without even really realizing you've played it. And that's not a bad thing. Not quite basic roleplay. It's a little bit simple. It's far simpler than that. And it's kind of like this. I think the best way to say it would be if you've ever had a lunch before that was just quick, dirty. It got what you filled you up, but you're not really going to remember it at all. That's Song of the Sixgun. Yeah, it's simple roleplaying. It does its job and nothing else, and that's okay. Like, here's the thing. Yeah, it's the cup ramen, effectively, of Western games. It doesn't really do anything too exciting, but it's not trying to do anything exciting. It's trying to do a very particular thing with very particular aspects, and it's like, there you go. You're playing a game about cowboys. Do you want to play a cowboy game? This is it. And if you're coming off things like OSR, you're going to see some things that are very familiar, which some people are going to like, some people aren't going to like, actually. So, with Song of the Sixgun concluded. Go away, Mark. Let's see, which one do we want to do? Well, since we got a few people here, we're going to do one that's a little bit weird. We're pretty much going to completely Tokyo drift to a completely different aspect. And if Song of the Sixgun was from 2018 and is very, I would say, bland in its own way, the next game we're going to be going over is very far from bland. This is Dust Devils, Stories in the Old West. Now, you may have heard of this game before, but there's a chance that you haven't. So, this is Martin Coxsack, we're back. So, what is this game actually about? Well, this game is by a guy named Matt Snyder. Matt Snyder now, Matt Snyder, TTRPG, let me up because there's actually another Matt Snyder. And Matt here is the head of, actually not Stories You Play. This is Matt Snyder. And if you're like, yeah, let's go to Stories You Play, home of the RPGs of Matt Snyder. These are his games. Not too much. Yeah, it sounds a little bit weird. You're looking at it being like, where's the rest of it? He pretty much only has 3 games. Dust Devils, 9 Worlds, and 44, A Game of Automatic Fear. And he used to have a company called Chimera Creative. Chimera Creative, though, is dead. Like, this company doesn't exist anymore, and it is gone to the place beyond, which is happens. It happens. But the thing with Dust Devils that's actually kind of fascinating right here, good old Dust Devils. You can buy it for $10 right now. It's on sale, actually. Best gold seller, so it's sold quite a bit. Not exactly the longest game. It's only 70 pages. But Dust Devils did something that not a lot of games can say. Dust Devils, the indie RPG game of the year in 2002. Yes, this game came out a long time ago. Indie game of the... Yes, it won a very particular award. This was an award-winning game. Best synergy of rules, as well as placing best production and most innovative game category. Yeah, this was a pretty important game. And you may be wondering, indie RPG of the year, so it's like the Ennies at one point, maybe. Because here's the thing, the Indie RPG Awards haven't actually been a thing since about 2018. They stopped them. And I looked around being like, okay, is there like a thing? They've been wanting to put it on, they wanted to bring it back, but like they didn't really do anything with it, because they were actually, I believe one of the things with that was that they got accused of a little bit of people being a little bit friendly with each other who knew everybody, because you've probably never heard of some of these games, because the most innovative game of 2016 was #feminism, and then Blades in the Dark won literally everything one year, or Microscope Explorer, and some of these are like, like people are very in. Oh yeah, 2012 Dungeon World won it. We can't talk about Adam Koebel anymore. Remember that, kids. Yeah, it's a lot of these games you probably, some of them you might have heard about. Again, Vincent Baker won Apocalypse World in 2010. But if you notice things, it's like, oh, the indie game of the year, but it's like best support, most innovative game. Dude, like some of these like don't really mean anything. So people were kind of getting a little bit annoyed, obviously, by things. Also, fun. Just a little side note. I actually want to go over to Gray Ranks one day. Specifically because, let me see if I can find it. This a little side note. Just a Gray Ranks RPG Japanese cover. Are you gonna post the Japanese cover? You have it. Oh, you don't have it. So sad. But, I'll have to find it again. Effectively, this game got published in Japan. Gray Ranks got published in Japan. And the entire idea is that you're about, child soldiers during the Warsaw Uprising. In Japan, there's literally there's a cover for it, like an official cover for it, that is hysterical because it's all anime. It's anime as fuck. I love it. But, yeah, no, this game actually won the first indie game of the year award for Dust Devils. That's what he won. The best production was Children of the Sun. The Riddle of Steel won best support, mind you. Universalis. Human of the Year was Ron Edwards. Fuck you. But it's like, it's kind of a weird thing because we actually have a few awards in our little sphere. But Dust Devils is important to know because that's kind of its claim to fame. Has Matt Snyder done literally anything else? No, he hasn't at all. I believe he's done some OSR stuff. Ron made GNS Theory. Ron is a guy who likes to suck. Ron likes to give himself a pat on the back a lot. Let's just say that. But yeah, it's interesting to see like what were popular back in the day, because this is very much a early 2000s story game, because story games changed after, I would say, Apocalypse World kind of changed story games in a bad way, but these were pretty common back in the day. Very indie, very small. This is technically the second edition. I believe the first one did come out in 2002. This is Dust Devils Reloaded, just for a note. So, pretty much the pitch of this particular game, the idea is that if this is a true cowboy stories, TM, and the entire idea is it's based mostly off the movie Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood, which the idea is that every single character has a devil. What's the devil? Well, your devil is something you don't want people to know about. It's something that haunts you, that makes your life a little bit worse by virtue of existing. And things like your devil, for example, Martin Coxsacks is, I'm a man with no future, Ram Ranch may be gone, but Martin can't let it go. And that devil is going to drive you to do everything. It's something that you can't let it go. Something is haunting you that make you though. Which is very odd. It's very odd to kind of say, simply because it is complicated to word. If that makes any remote amount of sense. Cool guys making one game and disappearing forever. Yeah, a lot of them do. I have a chat for Ram Ranch. But yes, that's kind of the idea. It's you are the main characters, and you have this devil. There's always that thing kind of riding your back, kind of making sure that you never quite escape what you want to do. So everyone's got 4 scores. You got your four scores. You got hand, eye, guts, and finally heart, which roughly says doing things, seeing things, not being a bitch, and how charismatic you are. Not exactly the most innovative set of stats in the world. And so here's our example ones we have, which is 5-2-2-4. Martin here has a 4-3-2-4, which is another pretty standard lineup. These are also your health. They don't tell you this right away, but yes, these are your health. So if you were to say, lose all your guts, bad things are going to happen. Or you lose all your eye, bad things are going to happen, but not in the way you think. Because again, this is a story game. So, takes advice. So, traits. These are things that describe you. You are encouraged to be a little bit verbose with them. Such, for example, Martin Coxsack has young buck and he's ready to fuck. Pretty much I can interpret that in a lot of different ways, which is he's very young and doesn't quite know what the hell he's doing, why he's out there, and he's ready to fuck somebody's day up or fuck somebody. Ram Ranch. So, he's fast as grease lightning, lady killer, and then your past and present. And what the idea is that you have your past and present. So I used to be an innocent cattle hand and now is a gunslinger. And these actually reflect how many additional cards you will draw. Yes, because this game is a card-based game. You're going to be using just a deck of cards for it. So pretty much, you used to be this, but now you're this. And you kind of explain why you got to that position. And that's good. We like this. And say something interesting about the character. And, how these work. And then finally your devil. So I'm going to read this out just because it is important. It's the ugly side person doesn't want his preacher to know about. The devil is that element of the soul he's trying to fight. The dark personal history just can't shake no matter how far he rides, how much he drinks, how many men he kills. Players can write their character's devil in a single word or short phrase. They should always write down a sentence or two explaining the devil and how it came to his character. Good devil stays with a character no matter how hard he or she tries to solve the problem. It's often some ugly aspect to one's personality, like greed, hatred, or excuse for violence. So, some examples are like John Bonamy, never mad he couldn't shoot. When push comes to shove, he usually shoves. hard. He's a killer. Might makes right. There's law and then there's Sheriff Meredith. What he says goes, like it or not. Manipulation. Helen the boys knows how to get things done and keep her hands clean doing it. She has everyone wrapped around her little finger. Yeah, it's... Devils are odd. Because, like, the thing with the devil is that you have to kind of go into it understanding what you want without actually knowing it. Because these are personality driven. These are not things like revenge. Revenge can be solved. But if it's something like vengeful, then that's a devil. You're just the kind of person who takes any insult and escalates it immediately to shooting somebody. That's something you can't really get rid of. And that's something that you're going to have to kind of go back and forth with kind of contesting. For example, Martin here, his entire idea is he's a man with no future. Pretty much he's a drifter at this point. He's trying to, he doesn't feel like he belongs to anywhere because he's trying to avenge this forgotten concept of Ram Ranch. He wants to go back to Ram Ranch, and he's always stuck there, even though it might be destroyed. He's trying to do revenge, but the revenge isn't the point. He could shoot the man dead, but he's not going to be able to leave it. Some people are going to love this. They're going to love it like, oh my god, this is the story game of my dreams. Other people are going to be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck cares? No. It is a very... That when I said it was an early 2000s story game, I wasn't lying. This game has a very interesting idea of how he wants you to play it. Because remember, back in 2002, this was kind of the era of GNS, of Gamist, Narrativist, and Simulationist theory by Ron Edwards. And the entire idea behind it was that every game fell into those three categories. You were either gamey, like a board game, you were either a narrative game, and you were telling a story, or you were simulating something. Ron was the kind of person who would argue that World of Darkness was a simulating game, not a story game. And, like, only board games could be gamers. D&D and World of Darkness, in his mind, were the exact same. They are not. So if you get people trying to get for this this narrative goal, pretty much everyone wanted the narrative goal. If you kind of go with that assumption, games like this make a lot of sense all of a sudden. Because a lot of these guys were in the same area, were in the same forums, and hell, even things like Apocalypse World was born out of GNS theory, arguing about it, which is one of the biggest issues behind GNS. And which is one of the big reasons I rewrote it to KNS. The exact reason behind Simulationist, for people watching at home, is World of Darkness Simulationist because your dice rolls affect what your character does. It is the intent is that you're playing a game as a character to simulate a character in this world. That was literally the argument. GNS theory has been shat on for that reason, mind you. GNS theory is not actually... People don't cite it as often anymore because it's born from somebody that wrote games like this, games like Dust Devils. This is the kind of games that he wrote. And Dust Devils isn't like any other game that you've probably played before. Because it's very story-driven, and it's very player story-driven. Not character, player stories. It's a weird dynamic, and that's one of the reasons I actually tell anyone who subscribes to GNS theory to fuck off and tell them to subscribe to my theory instead, which is better because I focus on mechanics. I will shill myself, of course I will, because I'm the greatest. I don't have an ego, you do. So, the devils do. One of the ideas is that every devil has a rank from 1 to 3. Every time you kind of enter the game, you're going to have a devil from 1 to 3. 1 is kind of like it's there, but not like overt. 2 is that it's kind of affecting you, but it's not going to cripple you. And 3, it's pretty much consuming you. So an idea would be like a man with no future. One would be like, I'm trying to help a bunch of people out, try to find their destiny, try to manifest destiny. And it's kind of this this little subtle thing that's like Martin really can't let it go. There is no future for him. And he doesn't kind of expect it to be. 2 would be like, we're confronting people who may know about it and keep bringing it up. And now Martin kind of has to contend with that. 3 would be like, there's the man who took away my future. There's the man who took away my future. What do you do? You get to change this every single session. So you might start off with, session 1, you might have 1. Session 2, you might have a 3. It kind of depends on how you want to play. They usually say, like, keep it at 1. Seething tension, past begins both enliven and spoil the day-to-day issues. Dramatic activity. The devil is here, and it's going to kill you. So, what does the game actually do? This is... Now, consumed by homo lust. So, one thing about this game, as I said before, this game is actually a card game. Yes, you gotta use a full deck of cards, including jokers. Which, luckily, if you are a game designer, by the way, this is just my little note for anyone who likes to write games or likes to do anything. Buy a deck of cards. Buy a bicycle deck. You may never use them for much. You may never think, but it's nice to have. Because there's a lot of things you can do with cards. Like, I want to make a game with cards one day, simply because I think it's interesting. One of my favorite games of all time, Tokyo Nova, is actually a card-based game. But the entire idea is that you, my friend, are playing poker. Yep, you're playing poker. So, will someone die? Will some gambling go to hell if someone calls cheat? What about the negotiation with the rail baron? Oh no. Ooh no. So, goals and opponents. Like, shoot the son of it. Don't get caught up in specifying every detail. That's what the narration is for. That focus on what the character is trying to accomplish. Players announce their goals, decide who opposes their character's goals, and pretty much that. So, for example, I want to shoot you. I want to shoot you with a gun in your face because I hate you and want you to die. So, like, all right, okay. Then we gotta deal cards. Okay. Each player involved usually deals himself a hand because he controls the supporting characters, and the higher poker hand of the conflict wins. And what you get those cards by with 2 scores the characters employ. So, drawing a gunfight and someone's going to be our hand plus our eye. So I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to get 7 cards right off the bat. No, and let's say, for example, my opponent gets, we'll say he gets 6. Draw right off the top. Right over there. Pretty simple. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good, right? We're doing good. It's going to get worse. Trust me, it's going to get a lot worse. So, you receive additional cards based on your character's traits. If your traits are accurate, you're going to get more. So, for example, let's say I'm going up against spooky man. Let's say I'm ready to fuck. I'm ready to throw down. I'm going to get an extra card. All right. All right. If you go against any of your traits, though, you get chips. Chips allow you to pretty much... Chips are like your bennies at this game. And you want chips. Chips save lives. So, but if your devil comes in, you might get additional cards. If you work for your devil. Work against your devil, well... you might have to get rid of those cards. So, alright, we got our hands. And we gotta choose the best 5 cards, best 5 poker hand we can get. So, looking at my hand here. Wow, this is the shittiest hand I've ever had. Wow, fuck me. Wow, this is really awful. I got a fucking pair. Okay. Because I had 8 cards, I can only choose 5. So I have a 2 pair, a 10, a jack, and an ace. That's all I have because fuck me, I guess. No, you would think that now, wouldn't you, Burning? You would think that. GNS theory says it's simulationist. It's weird. It's one of those things that people will argue about endlessly till the end of days. So, let's see. Did you do any... No, you did fucking worse. God, holy shit. I can't draw for shit. So, for example, my opponent with only 5 cards, with only 6 cards, he's gonna put down... he's got 2 pairs of 7s, ace, 9, and a king. Because fuck you. So... those are our rolls so far. So, you can draw new cards in a given conflict, cannot use both. Need more cards, then you call. Shows in hand, has several cards in hand, more than you can play up to 5. Or your excess cards, pair the poker hands. Alright. Best poker hand compared to all his opponents, his goal succeeds. So, of my two particular things, is I have the best poker hand. I have a pair of 8s. He only has a pair of 7s. So my goal goes through. However, if there's multiple people involved, and one or more, the narrator decides if the character's goals succeed or fails. And you may be wondering, Notepad, what do you mean the narrator? Well then, because pretty much when you succeed or fail, you get the narrator is somebody else, if that makes sense. The narrator might be anybody, and they get to describe the success or the failure of the actual ability. So, let's see. Where's the fucking narrator example? So yeah, game for creating stories conflict, the most powerful, compelling, powerful storytelling opportunity for players, and all players in conflict have a winning shot and the right to become narrator. Each conflict, a single player with the highest card laid down is the narrator. So if you put down the highest absolute card, you are the one telling what happens. Pretty interesting. Because you might say like, okay, well, you may have a shit hand and you may put down 3 cards, but it's like, well, I got a 10 and that's the highest card currently in play. You may have lost, but you're the one currently narrating everything. And you're the one who tells everybody how they succeeded, how they failed, and if they succeeded or failed, in case they are kind of mixed results. Which is very story gamey. So, the idea is you're going to be taking harm. Now, what does harm do? If you take harm, based on whatever this is. So example, let's say with that pair I got, that high pair, you would take 1 harm. If I were to take 1 harm, I go boom. That's it. I just reduce one of my stats by 1. That's it. That's how harm works. This is not exactly like the most excessive one, but if you have chips, you're going to be able to mitigate some damage or restore some of it. But if you get to 0, you can't. That's it. You're fucked. So, the actual stats you take away from are depending on whatever that particular hand was. So, for example, if I got a 2 pair of clubs and hearts, I can subtract from your art or your guts. Those are the only 2 I can subtract 1 harm from. But if I had, say, something pretty high, let's say we had a small flush. So let's say we had a 4, 5, 3, and a 2. I have a 2 somewhere in here. Come on, baby, give me a 2. 2 or 6. 2. However, if I were to get kind of a small flush, pretty much 4 cards in a row, where it's they don't actually have that. Technically, there should be a 4-1. There should be another one, but let's say we have there's a 6. Do I have a 6 in here? Yeah, 6 in here. So with my full thing, with my full straight flush. No, it wouldn't be a straight flush, it would be a flush. No, it would be straight. So with my straight, I have the option of going your clubs, your hearts, or your diamonds. So I could do eye, guts, or heart, but I actually couldn't deal any damage to your hand, and I would have to explain why that's the case. Now, you may be wondering, nope, that seems a little bit complicated. That seems a little bit wonky. Why the fuck would I want to do that? Add 4 of a kind. Yeah, it's... Yeah, 4 of a kind, you know, you've shifted up by a pretty good amount. You know, 5 cards in a sequence, 5 cards of the same suit, full houses, and 4 of a kind, then the royal flush. Which, royal flush will cripple you, by the way. You will just die if you get that. Or a straight flush, or just the high card. Yeah, Dust Devils does do that, and some people are gonna really like that. You know, people must win, people must lose. You know, it's cool. Stir up a critical moment in the story. Oh no, you don't really know who's doing it. But this is it. All stories must end. In Dust Devils, each character's moves toward his story's end as he suffers harm. Harm reduces at least one character score to 0. That character's story is almost done. So, you can't really participate normally in conflicts that do not require the 0 rated score. So, if I need to make a conflict with my hands, and I have 0 hands, I can't obviously draw any cards. So, because I can't draw any cards, my end is initiated. Take part in a conflict, at least 1 0 score, the conflict will be his last. This is called the end. Player uses his character's devil rating. Place the 0 rated score to determine how many cards he receives in the deal. Still adds his other score to the total. Sees 2 scores that are both 0. The cards equal to double the current devil rating. So, the idea is that your end is something dramatic, it's something big, it's something saying this is it. This is our final confrontation. This is the final. This is my last stand, effectively. My last stand to say fuck you and stand against the injustice with it, and that's also complete horseshit sometimes. Because you could take pretty decent damage and suddenly you are helpless. You have to kind of initiate this end if you don't have any chips. So the GM is encouraged to give you chips. So you really want to give chips. You need it. So, because the idea is that you can delay it by either just not going into certain ones, or you can fold. You can just say you just don't get whatever you want. You lose, you succeed, doesn't matter. The other one is spend chips. You spend chips to get a single card to avoid that 0 deal. And so it's like, oh, well, I'm still going to lose, but at least I don't have 0 cards. Now remember, only get chips by going against your trait. And because you only get chips by going against your traits, you pretty much have to act opposite to what your character is kind of thinking of at some points to survive situations where it could be. So, it's an important scene, you know, carefully consider the result of the character's last stand. If the devil's rating draws a winning hand, it could indicate the devil has finally taken hold of the character. Desperate effort to fall back on the support of the devil allow the character to find a redemption. Maybe only for others in his life. Conversely, a character might succumb to the devil in a terrible, tragic ending. He passes on, infamously having failed to redeem himself for others. Because one of the big ideas is that there's this idea of redemption throughout the entire thing. Is that you can redeem other characters just as much as you can kind of redeem yourself at your end. And it's not necessarily saying that you're going to die at the end, it's simply saying that your story has come to its conclusion. You have ended. Your story is done. You're fucked. And yeah. It's pretty much the best way to think about it, the chips, is that you have to go against the character that you've already established. And if you do that, it's a little bit painful. You can obviously like stake it, because that's like, oh well, you can stake these chips and you can put out these chips and see if you can win or lose a hand to get more. Where it's like, oh, that's it. Like, oh. Cheese to meet you. When mechanics require good narration. Yeah, ultimately. This is a game that requires a very good GM to make sure that everybody is playing on the up and up, that everyone is playing exactly the game everyone else wants to play, and to make sure nobody breaks anything. You need good storytellers for this game. You need people who are really good at telling a good story. Not necessarily anything else, though. Which is something that I'm a little bit like, eh. Because chips are also valuable. Because you can spend chips to get additional cards. And it's let's say I need more cards, I need more stuff. But during the trial, you can also spend chips to discard cards and get new cards. And anytime during the call, you can just spend a chip to fold. Because yeah, sometimes to just not be part of a conflict, you also just have to fold. You just have to get rid of it, which you need to mitigate the disaster of being a part of it. So you need to always have this constant flow of chips. This constant flow of, here are these chips, here are some more, here's more, to make sure the game functions. Its economy is driven by these chips. The game is driven by these goddamn chips and these goddamn cards. The problem is that the game says, this is your character. The only way you get chips is going against these things. If there was like a method to like recover chips a little bit more actively, or to get more chips or something like that, you know, yippee-ki-yay, yeah. So you look at it and it's like, yeah, I understand where it's going, but it's very much economy driven just as much as it is like narration driven. If the players aren't keenly aware that they're supposed to go against what their character is saying, what they've written down as their character, to get these chips, the GM suddenly has to put them in situations where they don't want to do that, but they also want to do that. But if you play it straight, like if you play your character straight, you're not going to get any chips. Which is bad, because if you don't have any chips, you technically are going to die faster. So it's like, we're actually going to go over one game that actually uses a different poker system, which is a little bit weird. So the idea is that, again, you delay the end. We want to delay. We want to try to do it. Oh no. So during the end, you can spend any number of chips to harm or redeem another character. So pretty much, you want to get these chips because if at the end you can use it to kill other characters or redeem them. Because if you redeem them, you effectively can heal them from zero. You've effectively said, you know, I'm going to avoid your end because you're a good person. But you lose your character. Now, if this was a one-shot game, then like, all right. But they actively encourage you to do like one or two they can actually encourage you to like, here, do a few sessions. I don't think this game can last more than like 1 or 2 sessions at most. And that's pushing it. Like, I really don't. Unless you play a very certain way and you get into like one conflict of session. But that'll be really boring. You know, crucial difference, use chips and redeem can reduce scores rated at 0. And players cannot redeem their own characters during the end. They can only redeem only other characters. Players cannot redeem other characters who have also entered the end. So if you're pretty much together, you can't redeem one another. You're both fucked. And it's this kind of odd thing because it's just like, oh, he also has 13 chips saved up. I'm like, how? That's 13 times you've been going against people. Unless you keep throwing more and more and more and more and more and more. more and more. Unless you keep throwing them at the enemy, like you just keep throwing them at people, it's... Am I a fan of Dust Devils? Like, I like the ideas behind Dust Devils. I really like the concept. The problem with Dust Devils is that it very much wants you to play a very certain kind of game. And if you don't play that very certain kind of game, it's not going to work. Again, this is a movie. You're playing the movie Unforgiven, starring Clint Eastwood. That's the movie you're playing. That's what you're going to play. If you don't want to play Unforgiven, but with starring Clint Eastwood, you're not going to like this game. So, you might have an idea for like what is a hazard? What is like a normal conflict? This is what it does. This is the stud hand system. So pretty much, you might draw a hand, and it might say, "All right, I got a king, a queen, and a 9. Try to beat this hand." And you might draw a few cards. You might be like, well, let's see. So it's gonna be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's say we got 8 cards. So it's like, okay, let's see. All right. Let's see. We got a 2 pair. I automatically win because 2 pair beats any high card. So I'm be like, all right, do I got anything else in here? Let's see, an 8, 9, 6, and an ace. Congrats, I've succeeded. I have nothing as a card. I beat the encounter. Because this game isn't about this. It ain't. This is a game not based around this at all. If you may have noticed, there's no mention of guns or anything like that, because that's also not a thing in this game. Yeah, it's, story-based narration game requiring on-point storytelling and team-based narrative play, where you need not to try to do that to get ahead. But yeah, there's no guns in this game. Because since everything is driven by all of the cards and stuff, if you want to say I draw my gun and start blasting, it's going to be like your hands in your eye. That's what you're going to be doing. That's going to be the conflict. You want to go at your hands and eye. It's not anything like that. Yeah. That's ta-da. Yeah, it's not, again, this isn't. Here's the thing. If you were to really say it, you don't need a single goddamn part of, not a single part of this game really needs you to like jump in there and say, well, it's time to do that. Yippee-ki-yay. Like, you're not blasting anyone with guns. Yeah, you're not blasting anyone with guns. You're not bringing out the rifle. It's all driven by that card system. It's all driven by this. So you could have a trait, like for example, if you have a trait instead of young buck, I'm being like gunslinger, gunslinger with a black heart. If you have that trait and you say, okay, the conflict is okay, and it's like, well, I go for my gun and I'm gonna shoot him. The GM's like, all right, it's gonna be your hand plus your eye, so I'm gonna draw my 4, 1, 2, 3. I put my 7 cards down and be like, well, I got the gunslinger with hard black. Put that in there, and I also have my black background, so I get that. And you are going with your pass, so I get to bring up all my cards. I'm like, okay, let's see. Well, all right, I got a 2 pair there, and a jack. So that's my hand. I got 2 pairs, and you're gonna be. Let's say you draw. Let's say you get a good draw. Let's just draw some cards here. Let's see. We're going to do. Wow, you drew shit. You got a fucking 6 pair, ace, and a jack. That's all you get. And I've shot you. Ta-da! I shot you. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Guns are not a part of this game. equipment isn't part of this game. This is what's a part of the game. If you think that it's anything other than this, you're going to have a bad time. And it kind of goes over like, here's the real story, here's the real problem. And it kind of goes in. I do admire that it does give you this option. Now, mind you, the entire game is 50 pages. Yeah, that's it. I'll design a game where resolution can cross revolvers at on a firing range. Don't worry. I mind you, I upload all of these videos to my YouTube channel. So if you ever want to watch them there, if you ever need to step away, that's fine. So it does give you a few options called Beyond the West, which is things like Death Wish, Ronin, and Concrete Angels. I'm going to go over these quickly. Death Wish is like a spy game, effectively. It changes the attributes, but nothing actually changes. Like, that's the idea. Nothing changes about the game. It's just the wording changes. You know, it's you know, things like need to know intel, license to kill. Ronin is all about honor, and everyone's got their Bushido blades. But don't worry, here's the elements instead of that. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing. It's just different wording. That's really all of these, you know, benefits and drawbacks are. Concrete Angels is like a, it's Sin City effect. Some people are gonna like that, some people aren't. So, generally speaking, here's the thing with Dust Devils. I like the idea of Dust Devils. I like the fact that it is, you know, kind of this older game, this older world of 2002 design. Of this, mind you, story games used to be pretty fucking weird. Story games used to be pretty odd. They used to be very different, very strange, and they used to play on very unique ideas. Dust Devils is a product of that time. And if you were to pitch to me like, yeah, this is it's a card game where you got to build poker hands and it's all about kind of competing with the devil, I'm like, all right, that's fine. But is this like a game that I would want to play with, like, for fun? No. This is the kind of game that I play for like a show. Or this is the kind of game where you play with very talented people. You know, this is not a game that you would play with just like your friends around the dinner table. This is, I think the best way to kind of word that, what the idea of this game would be is, this is a game meant to win an award. This is an Oscar game. Effectively, call it Critical Role. This is an Oscar game. This was kind of the, I think probably people played it, but I don't think many people know about it. Because this was the indie darling, and look how great and wonderful it is. But if you really look at it from just a raw mechanical perspective, there isn't actually much there. And some people are going to like that, some people aren't. I am mixed on it. Like, generally speaking, if you want actually to play a game, this isn't really going to be your thing. If you want to have a story, you want to kind of get that very particular feeling across, yeah, I think the game's good. But if you don't, it's going to be a little bit rough. Okay, so our next game, let's see, what games do we have left? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 5 games left. Fuck me. We are going to actually do, we're going to run through Tombstone first. This is Tombstone, role-playing in the Wild West. Pretty cool. All right, let's get down to business. Tombstone. So who actually made this game? Well, here's the secret. I'm gonna give y'all a fucking secret about this game. You see that? You see this? Alpha playtest version 0.1? You up? Alpha playtest version 0.1? Oh no. Oh, no. The Google Plus community. 2015, you're like, Notepad, what's going on? So this guy got by a person named Corey Ryan Walden. And this guy's a little bit odd. Like, this guy's kind of a little bit strange, because if you Google him, The only thing that ever pops up is Tombstone, the alpha version, and the cliff layer of Heater. However, if you do Corey R. Walden, suddenly this pops up. The Anthropophagi of Zambala, which is based off Hyboria, which is I believe, an OSR game. Which, yeah, this guy does games? The thing about it is I actually couldn't find too much about this guy. Being perfectly frank with you here, he's kind of a mysterious person. The closest I could find, the closest I could find going through various things are these like free OSR stuff. It's, you know, oh, RPG Geek cites him for a bunch of these things and nothing else. From what I've been able to gather, like from what I've been actually able to like find, this is what he's done. This is what he does. He just writes little OSR games, even down to the fact that he's selling the Tombstone alpha version. And yeah, you can buy technically 2 copies of the Tombstone alpha version for some reason. I don't know why. I know the finished copy, yeah, 3d6. If you actually Google anything for Tombstone the role-playing, like just Tombstone the role-playing, it just brings you right back here. Nothing really jumps at you. It's kind of hard to find anything on this. The closest I've been able to find is this. This is the Fiendish Almanac. This is actually his website, which the last thing he posted was in 2016, which is Broodmother Sky Fortress. And if he reviewing some OSR stuff from Lamentations or The Black Hack. That's it. You can buy Tombstone, buy cliff layer of that, so it's like free stuff. The forthcoming version. It's been forthcoming for a while now. That's the idea. Yeah, did he run away with something? Is it kind of a half completed game that isn't here anymore? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, this is an alpha playtest for a game called Tombstone. Now, I wanted to preface this by saying that he works a lot on OSR stuff because he works a lot on OSR stuff. So this is the official character sheet that you can buy on drive-thru. Obviously, I inserted Martin here, Martin Coxsack, and made everything form fillable. Yeah, not exactly the most exciting version in the world. And we're going to go through this one a little bit fast because there isn't actually much here. Because this was way back in 2015, you know. It's been real passion and pleasure designing this game. I hope it fills a niche not yet filled. The full version in a couple of months. The full version in a couple of months, guys. Oh, oh, what's this? Oh, it's been 5 fucking years. Yeah, it's been half a decade. And another role-playing game. Wow, has its place. Fancy role-playing game, staggering amount of attention. Western has been far less input. Yeah, no. Yeah, he didn't make it. So he kind of explains like, it's a Western. This is actually a D6. It's a D6 game. It's a 3D6 game more specifically with a D4 optional. The primary mechanic is roll 3d6 and add it to whatever your stat is. So these are technically my stats. This is Martin Coxsack. He's got his background of folk hero along with all the rewards that go along with it. Grit is effectively your level. Your health is how much health you have. You have your defense, which is your target number to hit. Your offensive abilities, which I have is Gunslinging 1, Brawling 0. I got 2 personality, 0 investigation. Decent amount of willpower, which is my target number to hit with my willpower. How fast I move and how many fortune dice I have. Oh, wow. Really, I'm breaking the bank here, guys. I'm going nuts. But yeah, that's all the game is. Whoopsie doopsie. So they kind of go be like, okay, here are the names. Make sure to choose your quick play character. And they're going to kind of give you some example names. All right. So, quick play characters. There are 6 quick play characters. The folk hero, the gambler, the Indian brave, the outlaw, and the soldier, as well as the holy roller. Because there's magic in this game, by the way. We are all old. But yeah, so it's like, all right, let's. These are like what an example character would look like. So this is the folk hero. He only has 7 health. He's got 11 defense, gunslinging 2, personality 1, speed 40 feet. What? 2 pistols, 1d6 damage each, a hat, trousers, shirt, boots, and he gets this ability. Like, all right. The gambler, okay. The Indian brave. Oh no, the soldier, oh no. Oh no! The holy roller, oh no! You can heal injuries. You can roll 1d6 and add that amount to any character's health. You may only do this once a day. Because yeah, the holy roller is magical, and he keeps saying that. It's like an out. Okay, so don't worry. If you follow method B, the third part of this is the character creation. Selecting one of the available backgrounds for your character. Background is essentially a profession or archetype that identifies your character. Folk hero, gambler, brave, outlaw, soldier, holy roller. These are your classes. Because yeah, you got a class in this game. So, you know, all useful characters to begin at grit 1, working their way up to grit 6. Yeah, so when I say these are your levels, these are your levels. Pretty much, the more higher you get, the more skill points you get, and more abilities you get. All right, pretty simple enough. Grit rewards. What do I get for more grit? More stuff, more skill points. Because yes, all of this is based off skill points. You only get 5 skill points to begin with, and I put mine into health. And I put 2 into health, 1 in defense, and 2 in personality. Those were my original ones that I actually put. I didn't actually spread them around that much. I didn't think I needed to. Because you get 5. You get 5 to begin with. 5 skill points and a background ability. And yeah, it's like, oh, the folk hero. Skill points here. And the minimum folk hero ones are this. You get 1 health, 1 defense, 1 gunslinging, 1 personality, and you get 1 point to spend elsewhere. 1 point. Technically, this should be 40 feet. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Give me 1 moment. right, let's get back to business. Let's see. There needs to be like. Here's the thing. I actually I spoke about this a little bit with the last weekend stream, the last stream I did on Sunday, which was about kind of the industry. One of the biggest issues with our particular industry is that there's not a lot of like try to buy. There's not a lot of trying anything, because that's quite literally the last thing you want to do. That's the last thing you want to do. Because if you can say like, oh, I want to try this game out because I want to see what I'm actually buying, I can download the PDF and I can share it with everybody. That takes me 5 seconds to do. It's not very difficult. That's one of the big ideas behind it, which makes it very difficult for people to try things. Especially when you have a lot of these playtest games. Well, a lot of these smaller games. If you have smaller games, you might have 40 pages. So a playtest document that's 20 pages without any art, you're already given away the game pretty much. Like, it's not even worth it anymore. So people don't want to do that. I think this guy literally just made something and he couldn't finish it. I don't think he wanted to. But yeah, this is the class system, and there are a lot of classes. There's a few classes, i.e. there are 6 classes, or more accurately, there are 5 classes, and the Holy Roller, which kind of changes the entire game up. But you're a folk hero, you're a gambler, you're a this, and all of these guys have different abilities, class rewards effectively. When you're making a personality check, you can garner a higher reward. Inspiring tales, you can rally your allies to heroic action by drawing from your prior experiences. Once a day, taking 1 turn to initiate, and oh no, you can get free fortune die, reroll a failed bravery check. Legendary exploit. Gambler's Grit. Indian Braves. Now, Tombstone is a fascinating thing of how do you make a game that kind of misses the mark a little bit. And I'm reminded of a friend of mine. Yeah, Meatball Massacre was a good game. I love Meatball Massacre. So, now, the best way to kind of summarize this game is, this is man who has never seen any other movie except The Boss Baby goes to see another movie. Immediately says at the end of the movie, man, that gave me some big Boss Baby vibes. If you've never played any other game except OSR games, or that's the only game you've ever liked, and you're like, I want to write my own game. I'm going to write my own Western game because it's just like an OSR. If you go into a game design like that, you're going to write an OSR game with all of the sensibilities of said OSR game without any of the actual things with it. It's like, yeah, here's the cleric, here's the warrior, here's kind of the mixed guy, here's a rogue, here's the super warrior, and here's the gambler, here's your rogue again. And the problem is a lot of these guys feel very similar, and the ones who don't feel similar are ones that get like weird bonuses at some points. And it's like, why the fuck does this, like, oh, disguise yourself and assume a new identity? Like, but why? But it's like, yeah, like you only have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You only have 7 skills with you spend 5 points around. So you kind of want to do all of this and just spread your points around fairly simple. But oh wait, there's more. You don't actually get to spread that many points around because you have to take a background, and most of these are worth 3 or 4. So you only really have 1 or 2 points to actually spend to make your character unique. So, like, okay, you get more skill points, but not much. And it's like, oh, the highest skill point costs and the lowest. And it's like, oh. Because the thing is, like, you only get a certain amount of abilities. Like, whatever your grit plus 11, that's your defense or willpower. On your gunslinging, brawling, and investigation. So, technically, my willpower would be 12. Proceeding chart. But you can also spend your points on things like this, because don't worry, you also get to determine your initial amount of health, because you have to roll for it. Because of course you have to roll for it. Because that's what an OSR is. Because OSR games would have you roll for health. Because that's the thing that you would do. Of course that is. You know, they give you like an option like you can roll 2d6 plus 3 for more robust characters, ha ha ha, or begin everyone at 9 health, but that doesn't really change anything. Like, I actually rolled pretty well and I scored 9 health. But it's like, oh boy, like here's bountiful rewards and here's all of these things? It's like, oh. Yeah, I don't really feel like I'm playing a Western game as much as I'm playing a bad OSR game. You know, the maximum character defense is 17 because you have to, because you're rolling 3d6. Your gunslinging ability, like most of these things can only go up to 7. So you can only really dump 7 points into anything. Your character may, the maximum investigation score may possess a 7. It's possible to have a higher bonus, but only from a background ability or equipment. All characters begin with a default willpower score of 10. But up here, you know, it's like, oh, may determine with the following 2 formulas. Oh, I get to increase that. Oh. But it says 10 down here. It gets wonky. It doesn't quite know what the hell it wants to do. And it is not very good. So, here are your options. They don't really go over. I think this is like a little bit stronger than most. It's just like, here's a bunch of things. But if you really look at it, most are like, oh boy, D3 damage. A rifle does 2d6 damage. A shotgun does 2d6 damage. A 6-shooter does a d6. A spear does a d6. A sword does a d6. A tomahawk does a... If you don't have much to work about it, you're not going to get much. And it's like, haha, haha, have fun. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I would like to go over this game like a little bit deeper, a little bit like, let's talk about individual parts, but if you've played an OSR game, you've played Tombstone before, you've played a better version of Tombstone most likely, because this game isn't done. It's hard to even go over this particular game simply because it's not done. You know, and because it's not done, it's kind of hard to even deal with. You know, it's like, because most of the thing is you're going to be rolling 3d6, and the 4-sided dice is for your fate dice, effectively. That is, if you roll your fortune dice, you can replace, you know, instead of rolling a d6, you know, pretty much you can use your fortune dice to add on to rolls to make your life easier. But this is literally the game right here. You can put this on a note card. Most actions are going to be 3d6, 2d6 for attacking and making checks when mortally wounded, 1d6 when testing bravery, most weapons deal 1d6 damage, and 1d4 to use as a fortune die. That's it. Congratulations, I've summarized the entire game for you. Anytime you need to make a test, 3d6. The fortune dice. Add it to health, bravery, brawling, investigation, will, investigation, personality, or gambling. You literally roll it, and then you add it. That's it. That's all you do. You know, it's some of them give you like, oh, you can gain a little bit of health back, get a bonus to your bravery, get a bonus to your attack roll, and a bonus to your investigation roll. Gain an advantage to it's literally just add a d4 to it. That's literally all the mechanic is. I've seen a few. I've seen a few things when it comes down to like gambling mechanics in that regard. So it's like, oh, exploration, like mapping, hired help. It's like all of this game is here. Everything is present, but I also don't give a shit about any of it. Because you're not going to do much. Like, you obviously going to test bravery. Anytime you have an obvious advantage, you test bravery. If you are frozen in fear, you're going to run like hell. Pretty simple. Ah, lovely action. Yeah, it's Tell me your actions. Let's roll for initiative. All the actions take place. Gunslinging. Oh wow, a 3d6 roll is made defense score. That's it. Roll damage. Mortal wounding. When you take mortal damage, oh no, we're injured, but we gotta rest. We just get it back. Off to daunt another character. Like, this is pretty much like the only unique mechanic in the entire game, which is you roll a personality check against them, and if you beat their willpower, you can roll this, and they suffer problems. That's pretty much it. There's not really anything in this game that's like, oh boy, I'm really excited to have fun, which I feel is one of the biggest reasons why this particular game didn't finish. Tombstone will never be finished because it's a game that already exists. It's a game that you've already played, most likely, and it's called just playing an OSR game. And it's downloading and supporting the alpha playtest. It's coming soon. This is $10, mind. This is a $10 game. If you want, like, really simple Western role-playing, yeah, this game's gonna be fine. If you've played nothing other than OSR, Song of the Sixgun does this better. But the problem is, the major problem with Tombstone is that it's not done. This game isn't finished. And because it's not finished, nothing about this feels substantial. And it's like, oh, well, nothing's here. And it's like, is it because it's early, or is it because you have the creativity of a fucking brain? I don't know. That's Tombstone. Kind of an underwhelming one, but let's go on to one that's a little strange, a little bit wacky, a little bit wild. So let's see. Actually, we got 3 we can do. You know, we'll do the meaty one. This is Gunslingers and Gamblers by FJ Gaming. Gunslingers and Gamblers. Yeehaw, chuckle fucks. So this game is probably the strangest of them, and I'm gonna have to explain this in like the simplest way possible, because the idea is you don't actually use dice for this one. You do not use dice for this game. You use poker dice. Yes, poker dice in particular, which is a very particular kind of dice I actually learned. So, let's who did this game? This is by something called FJ Gaming. Scroll down here. It's mostly done by this guy named Jonathan Clarke. So, if we go here and we go here, FJ Gaming. So who is FJ Gaming? Well, I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get a nasty thing. Nothing much. These guys do games like Biplane Barmy, Gunslingers and Gamblers, Privateers and Pirates. These guys did a lot of these kind of games. Their latest game is called Civilizations. This one came out in 2022, actually. This game came out only like 10 days ago, but it was added in 2018. So, man, this is like a weird card game they made. It's by Mr. Clarke. I see that right there. But most of their games, let's say like Biplane Barmy. Biplane Barmy is their like most popular game. Refueled edition. This came out in 2010. Let's see. We want to do Gunslingers and Gamblers. This game came out in 2006. Privateers and Pirates. 2006. This game is. These guys are pretty old. Like, these guys are not like a young company that like we're fresh from the press and we're gonna be impressive. Not really. Like, these guys are pretty kind of standard. Let's just say that. Civilization is actually free. The cards aren't, though. But it's the weird thing about it is I saw a bunch of these. Like these, because these are all like adventures and stuff for Gunslingers and Gamblers. And I looked up who the guy. It's David Caffey. Which David seems to write a bunch of shit. Like he does have a lot of writing, mostly for Exodus. which is Exodus is the not Fallout game that came out. He's got a few other games. Like, this guy's obviously written quite a few things, mostly for OSR, mind you. Don't get me wrong. It's mostly like OSR tier shit. Nothing like too exciting either. Nothing is like, yeah, it's the greatest thing of all time. But FJ Gaming proper, it was hard to find stuff on them, so I had to do a little bit of digging. Because the version we're going to be going over is going to be Gunslingers and Gambling True. This is kind of the true version, not the Streamline Edition. Streamline Edition is a like D100 fit system. Let me see if I can find the site again. Let's see. See if I just make sure I spell your name right. Because it's entirely by this guy. This is the main guy. This is what he does and everything he is. Let me see. Oh, you are where are you? Okay, here we go. So, FJ Gaming's website actually is dead. Sort of. It's sort of dead. This is, again, as you can see, this is Wayback Machine. Back in 2004. They had a game called Samala? I don't fucking know. And as well as one called Blazing Jets, which was about air combat. We saw a little bit of Blazing Jets. Their big thing is it's guns, it's shooting stuff that he finds cool. It's literally things that he finds interesting or cool, all of them together. Gunslingers and Gamblers kind of popped up about 2006, as I said previously, and he's been trying to get this one published forever. This some I don't fucking speak Irish. This one never emerged from anything. I couldn't really find anything for it. Every time I went to try to find anything with it, nothing popped up. I don't think it actually ever came out fully. Most of their other games are things like this, and I couldn't really find anything else on these guys. It was weird, by virtue of like just the lack of information. But these guys are dead. This website, these people are gone. They are gone to history, you could say. Gone beyond the place. Let me see if I can remember. Was it here that I cited? I believe these were the guys from. Let me do Jonathan. Clarke, TTR website. Let me see if I can find out where the fuck it is. Because the odd thing was, he has another website. And I remember, because it popped out of nowhere, and because this guy is actually not American. Like, that's one thing I did learn about this guy. This guy isn't actually from the US. He is from, let me see if I can actually find it. Where are you? Where are you? I posted about you somewhere. Now you're gone. Everything is gone, and I feel sad. Let's see, where are you? Like, The odd thing is that this particular guy, I looked around and there's a website with him in it, that is effectively like, this isn't quite the full website, is what I'm trying to say. This guy popped up in another place somewhere, and he owns like a fucking, is this it? Gunslingers. Where are you? It's gonna drive me nuts, by the way. It's gonna drive me completely fucking insane till I find it. But pretty much the odd thing with this particular guy is that, like, yeah, right here. Because it says, like, oh, this game is protecting the copyright lives of the United Kingdom. I found where this guy was. I found who this guy was. And the idea, like, the weird thing is, this guy is from the UK. Like, I know that. He's from the UK. And actually, wait a second. Wait a moment. It's going to drive me nuts until I figure it out, simply because I found it and I'm like, this is really weird. And I wanted people to know about it, but now I can't find it because now I'm going insane. I'm going insane, everybody. Game TTRPG. Where are you? Because he has a there's a website that he was on, and it showed like all his like gaming space stuff. Actually, UK, and I remember he co-op. This is it. Humberside CDA. This is weird. Now, mind you, let me see. Humberside CDA. I'm not trying to like dox this dude, mind you, but this is actually his site. This is this guy, Jonathan Clarke, right here, which, let me see, for more, because the weird thing is that it cites, like, he has another website behind this one, because it's gonna drive me insane. Where the fuck is this guy? You know what? I'm gonna go to my history, and I'm gonna look for it, because I remember it. Let's see, that, God. Because I'm not going insane, and no one can tell me I'm not, because I know it's real. Let's see. Because I know it's real. Let's see, I would have gone over this on... No, that's the action system. It's champion, we further. Yeah, this is the exciting world of me, where you get to like look at me like go over something at like 2 in the morning, where it's like, ah, yes, I understand now. No. Where are you? Oh, that's not you. Yeah, we gotta go further back. I can find it, everybody. You don't understand. The crazy UK man. I know who he is. It's not you. Where are you? God damn it. God, son of a bitch. But yes, he does actually have, there is another website related to this one. I cannot find it for the fucking life of me now. It's gonna drive me insane until I do. But this is the same fucking guy. He works in Hull. He works for a non-fucking profit. Everything is here. I know everything about this guy too fucking much. I'm not going insane. I will post it. But yeah, this guy doesn't really work on anything else. This is his... I think the best way to summarize it is this is some guy's autism project. As you can see, he posts a lot of like wellness stuff. Why does it say that he did this? I don't think he did this. But like, FJ Gaming Null Edition. Like, yeah, this guy hasn't... This was a project by a guy who likes to write games. And that's pretty much it. Like, it's kind of hard to even, like, summarize whatever this guy is, just because there isn't really anything to go off of. He is, by all accounts, a guy who likes to do things. That's all. If you think this game is anything more or anything less, you're going to be mistaken. But this is what this game is. Specifically using a system called poker dice. Now, who here knows what poker dice are? I want to make a wild guess that some of you probably don't know what poker dice is. Poker dice are these. These are literally D6s. Pick up your D6s, but instead of having regular faces, you have a 9, 10, king, queen, ace, and jack on it. That's it. And this guy wrote the entire game based around those dice. So everything takes place in scenes, you know, okay, we set it up. Characters are quantified by their descriptions. So, characters are defined by their traits. Each trait has a numerical value of 0 or higher. It's not stated otherwise, but trait can be assumed to have a score of 0. So, what this game effectively is a roll and keep system. And if you want to be like a really reductive and very simplistic version of it, it's a roll and keep system. So, you take your bunch of your dice and you roll them. And instead of saying like, oh, well, I'm going to compare all of the dice together or add them up, you don't. What do your scores actually do, though? These are the amount of re-rolls you get. So, you know, 1 to 5 means... So, for example, I rolled a 2, 3, and 3 4s. I want to get a better. So I'm going to take... Let's say I have a rank 2 in something. I'm going to take my 2 dice there, and I'm going to re-roll them. And I got another 4, and I got a 6. I got 4 of a kind. That's pretty good. 4 of a kind, and I lose 6. So I've re-rolled my dice. This higher stat here, 5, 2, 5, 1, allows me to re-roll a dice, and then re-roll it. So it's kind of the maximum amount of dice you can re-roll per roll. That's it. That's the system. So, for example, I have a shooting 3. So what I would do is I would roll 5 dice, and I would compare and be like, okay, well, let's see, I got a pair of 3s, I got a 2, and a 4, and a 5. I actually got a pretty good one there. So I can say, like, you know what? I'm gonna re-roll one of my dice here. I'm gonna re-roll one of my 3s because I have a 2, 3, 4, 5. If I can get a 1 or a 6, I have a full. I'm doing pretty good for myself. If not, well, I still got a small. I got a 6. Well, hot diggity damn, I got a full thing here. But if I chose, I can't roll up to 3 dice. It's kind of like in that reroll, I can select 3 dice. But if I had a 5-1, for example, I could be able to re-roll that dice and re-roll. It's a weird system. Don't get me wrong, it's a weird system. However, I don't hate it. I like it in the idea that it's like, this is kind of a unique way of looking at things. You know, they are being made, simply roll 5 dice, best they can, no re-rolls. Is it flawless, though? No, it's very odd. It's very gimmicky in some aspects, because these are your poker hands. Poker is 5 of a kind, 4 of a kind, high straight, full house, low straight, 3 of kind, 2 pair, high card. Poker means literally you have 5 sixes or something. You have 5 fives. 4 of a kind is 4. High straight is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's like you have 5 dice to do that. A full house is a collection of everything, I believe. And then a low straight is like 1, 2, 3, 4. So values dice do not matter beyond determining the type. Poker best, 5 matching dice, 4. Yeah. So that full house, 3 matching dice, and 2 others. That's it. This isn't exactly like a deep game in that idea, but it's, you look at it, this is the bulkiest game we've gone over, but it really isn't. Now, the big thing is the modifier system is a little bit weird. So instead of giving like, you get a +1, you get a +2, instead it's, you reflect this, each +1 means the increase to the hand you rolled by 1 step. So, for example, let's say I just roll a 2 pair. If I get a +1, I'm going to increase it to a 3 of a kind, which are going to do its own different things. Even down to things like how these are, your opposing hand is that. So, to beat an easy, I have to roll my dice, and it's like, oh, well, I got a pair, so I automatically win. That's just what happens. So, yeah, congratulations me. I've got my pair. The only thing is a botch, is you have botch if you got a high card before modifiers are applied, which are pretty much high card is like all your dice are completely just random and fucked. Which I actually did the math. There are very low chances of ever getting a high card. Effectively, what you need is a 1, a 6, a 5, 4, and then a 2. You pretty much can't have them ever unite in any meaningful way. It is insanely unlikely for you to get a particular set of just a high card. That, like, if you get a high card, it's really hard, but poker dice actually have a very unique set of, like, actual math behind it, simply because it's poker dice. You know, when something bad happens, a botching in the best of your hand, you can make a roll high card. You can't even make a pair. Always, after rerolls, botch is an automatic failure. Pretty much, if you roll a high card, you fucking fail. The better you do, the better it happens. More people assisting you, the higher your modifier is. You can't usually try again, and it's like impaired. You only take 1 action per turn. Gorgeous sounds, I know. Apologies, I'm very thirsty. So increase the value over time. Because yes, this is actually one thing that I find kind of interesting. So instead of being rewarded like points or anything like that, what you're rewarded with are rolls. So let's say, for example, at the end of a session, I get 3 rolls. So they hand it to me and they say, all right, you're going to roll. So I'm like, okay, I want to increase. Let's say, for example, I want to increase my grit. I increase my grit because I had a 0. I don't need to roll anything, but that's one of my dice here that are now gone. Let's say I want to increase it to 2. I'm feeling lucky. I want to increase it to 2. So my current one is this. What I need is pretty much anything except a 1. I rolled a 2. It goes up to 2 now. So now we're gonna go to. I'm feeling lucky. I want to get I want to go to 3. I rolled a 6. I go to 3. Right, and that's it. Those are all the rolls I had. I spent it on 1 attribute. If I rolled a 1 anytime after that, I might only be able to increase it once or twice. And it gets a lot harder the further down you go. Because you can treat it as like you need pretty much a 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5 up, 6 up. That's how you can kind of treat it. Which, it's not hard. It's not impossible, but... let's see, introduction, step by step, and this is where things get wonky. Because yes, he's going to tell you how to pick and do everything. So, Yeah, determine if your character is a generalist or specialist. Determine the character trait scores. Allocate each score to a trait. Determine quirk. Determine gender. Determine race. Determine nationality. Determine name. Determine age. Determine distinctive features and religion. Yeah, no, he's going to tell you how to do every single one of them. And he's going to roll on it. And you're going to roll for every single one. Now, what you're actually supposed to do, I chose not to do this because that's stupid. What you're supposed to do is you're going to roll whether or not you are a specialist or generalist. Then you get to choose these, and then you have to roll on this chart to determine where it goes. So, for example, let's say I have to choose something. I rolled a 1 and a 6, so I rolled a 9 and a ace. I have to put one of my traits into notice because I rolled a 9 and I rolled a king. Actually, I rolled a 9 and an ace, so I'd have to put it at a notice. Why? Who knows? Determine the number of quirks you have. Determine which table you have your quirks on. And what do the quirks do? Well, here's all the quirks. Now, mind you, these quirks actually do things. I learned they do things. So don't think they don't do anything. Here's all of these. You have all the options you want. Don't forget about your random gender. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very standard. Generate a random race for your character. 1 to 5. You're white. On a 6, you roll again. A 1. I became Asian. And if you determine this, you have to choose your descent at this point. And if you're an Indian, you have to choose from all of these if you want. And then you have to choose your territory and your state. Oh, well, you're from this state or this state. Oh, you're from here. Oh, don't forget you're from here. I know if you're European, you got to choose from all of this. This is probably one of the very few games where you can explicitly roll the fact that you're Welsh. This is like Dark Heresy, but the West. Yeah, if you want to roll that you're a Welshman, all you need is a 1 and a 3. You're Danish or Hungarian or Bulgarian. And the Chinese names. Yes, there's an entire thing on Chinese names for some fucking reason. So let's randomly generate a Chinese name, shall we? All right, everybody. Let's see our first name. We got double 4s. We're doing pretty good here. Since we rolled a double 4, so that would be 9, 10, Jack, Queen. Double Queen is we are Ho. So that's our first name. Let's see our second name. We got a 1 and a 2. Oh no. Let's see. Oh, we're Ho-she. Ho-she. And let's see what our third name is. A 5 and a 2. So we have to go to 10 and then 1, 2, 5. Ho-she Lao. Oh, what's your name? Ho-she Lao. Why is this here? Have you just looked at something and you're like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? And yeah, here's all of this. And don't forget all of your American names, all your Indian names, all of your Mexican names. You want some app? Don't forget about your age, though. Very important. You have the old timer quirk. Gotta choose this one. All your distinctive features. These luckily don't do anything. And then my favorite, again, the very few games that allow you to choose whether or not you're Buddhist, Taoist, Confucian, you're just atheist, because the Asians always have a religion according to this game. If you're black, you can be Christian or atheist, or Indian, you can be old Christian or atheist. Don't worry, but if you roll on the special one for white people, you can be Mormons or Jews. The percentage of chance to become a Jew is very low. Or you can just choose. Like, it's very randomized if you want it to be randomized, which I find is hilarious. I find it hysterical. You do begin with $150 in cash or belongings, but you really don't need to worry about that. The Asians are non-white characters. Gunslingers and gamblers. The race Asian is used to describe characters from the Asian subcontinent. Chinese, Indians from the country of India, Vietnamese, Japanese, Thai, and so on are rare in the Wild West, but all the Asian groups of the Chinese are by far the largest. Then we have, let's go to the Chinese, blacks, we gotta talk about it, like other minority racism is common, although racism more pronounced in southern states. Black population territories of the Wild West are very low. And then my favorite, for non-white characters, Hispanics and the Irish. You could tell this was written by an Englishman. Ah, yes, the Irish. See, the Irish don't even get their own section. It's just they're paired with the Hispanics. Yeah, Yankee racism was hilarious. It was the best. And the Irish. Yeah, population is fairly negligible, although there's significant Mexican presence in Southern California, New Mexico, Texas, speak Spanish as their native language. The Irish tend to congregate in the cities of the East Coast. Gold rushes, railroad building, and generally trying to carve out a new life for themselves. Much of the racism toward the Irish is religious, being strongly Protestant country, and the Irish being staunch Catholics. I do find it amusing. Again, it's one of those things like, okay, here's like all the races and stuff. Like, okay, we gotta talk about the Chinese. Then just Hispanics and the Irish get their own little section. And he does go over a lot of the native tribes, Apache, Arapaho, and they actually kind of talk about each one of them, which is actually a lot better than most. Though the Comanche, just get this, Comanche were bastards. Fun fact. Railroad company, the Lakota. We had a lot of Lakota where I was from. I remember that. The Shoshone, the Southern Cheyenne, Pueblo, Tribalists, the Ute, Mormons with Utah, the Zuni, half-breeds, and then we have all our Christians. Christianity easily dominant religion. All same basic tenets, recognizing Jesus Christ as the Messiah, the Son of God. All Christians follow the Bible in some shape or form. The two main churches are the Catholics and the Protestants. Too much detail. Catholics are in the minority of the West. Christians have 10 commandments. I am the Lord thy God who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Wait a second. Thou shalt not have no gods before me. Thou shalt not take the Lord's name should not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. And thou shalt not covet anything that belongs to thy neighbor. Mormonism. Yeah, we have Mormons. The Mormon state of Deseret. The belief in God, all right. Men have punished their own sin and not for Adam's transgression. So they don't actually believe in original sin. That's actually correct. Will be saved through obedience to laws. A man must be called to God by prophecy, by laying on hands by those who are in authority to preach the gospel and minister. Let's see. Gift of tongues, Bible of God, translated correctly. The Book of Mormon is also the Word of God. Zion, the New Jerusalem, will be built upon the American continent, that Christ will reign personally upon the earth, and that earth shall be renewed and receive a paradisical glory. Blazing saddles will take the blacks, the Chinese, the Irish gotta go. Yeah, why are the Mormons? The Mormons are fascinating. I actually find Mormons very fascinating. The rule of law. Judaism, all right, yeah, the Jews don't get anything, like, yeah, fuck it. Taoism. Yeah, you want your Taoist philosophy in this game? Yes. You can be a Taoist in this game. Then we have Buddhism. Buddhism gets its own section because of course it does. Confucianism, not technically a religion or your religion. Hoodoos are here. The old ways. And then atheism. Like, it's like, why is there this detailed religion section in this game? I don't know, but there is. So, yeah, then we go over kind of the traits. Most of the traits are pretty standard stuff. The only, like, really odd ones kind of throw me for a loop are Fightening. That one's kind of odd. We also have things like luck and jawing is pretty much your charisma. That's all jawing is. It's like your charisma score in any other game. Why he chose to change it, I do not know. But that's just what it is. Y'all gotta live with it now. One thing to do is players can start the morning with a number of poker chips equal to their luck trait, and additional chips will be granted from role-playing. Pretty much you can play it to increase your hand by 1 step. A pair becomes 2 pair. Pretty much that. A poker chip can be cashed in during play to make an immediate extra action. Yes, we can't avoid chips. We can never avoid chips. They are not carried over to quirks, exactly the way you think about it. Most of these quirks are actually fairly, yeah, these actually do affect you in character-wise. So, like, these are the way you actually get abilities and get those chips. So, you're a bully, receive a chip whenever you intimidate or browbeat someone. You're burly, a coffee boiler, you're trying to get out of things. Cowboy code, diplomatic, doomed, you're just doomed. Gunslinger, guts, hankering, hobbing, haunted, heroic, Hippocratico, lawman, loco, you're fucking loco, mean as a rattler, old timer, pariah. Yeah, it's like the idea is that if you play to them, you get things, you get chips. But you usually come with like a problem. You can take as many, or I think you can take up to 3, or not if you want. Some quirks kind of go over, some quirks do not. Weird thing is, grit is the way to keep you alive. Nerve is for crucial for shootouts. Oh, yeah, it's like, oh, all right. All right. So now we get the combat. All right. Basics of combat is exactly what you're thinking of. You make a roll, you do a thing. 2 actions a turn, or discard 1 action and use it for later. Cool. Not exactly like the most complex kind of game. Like, this is not a complex game, nor do I think it really wants to be complex. Because anytime guns get introduced, things get a little bit wonky. Yeah, Mormons in the West are actually very like, the Mormons did a lot of shit out there. Because they were pretty much like the only organized people for a while. Takes up an action, defending is always free. Like, if you ever want to look up something interesting about Mormons, Google Deseret. And, like, what the Mormons actually wanted for a state. They wanted pretty much, like, the entire southwest of the U.S. to be their personal state. It's nuts. Even down to, like, how Utah politics work. Bonkers. Defense modifiers apply to attack, defense rolls. So, pretty much how attacking and defending works is you are rolling your 5 dice. You're rolling your ability. And they're rolling theirs. And you're trying to beat each other to not die. Because dying is gay. And that's pretty much it. You know, if you lose the attack, it misses completely. If you draw on the attack, it's suppressed. And if you win, the target takes a wound equal to the raises of the attack. So, for example, here's the thing about how actually like damage works. Damage is a little bit weird, and I'm going to do my best to explain it. So, let's say I take 2 wounds. Let's say I go to pair. what I need to do is I need to roll my dice, that's whatever my grid is, and I need to get a pair. I need to get at least 2 pair. Actually, I just need to get a pair. Sorry. If I can get that, I'm still up and running. I'm still able to go. Let's say I take 2 more damage. I need 3 of a kind. So I'm going to take my dice, I'm going to roll again, and I'm like, oh no, I got a 2 4s, and I got a 2 in there, so I got to re-roll, and I'm going to get it. I'm going to not get it. Actually, I did get it, actually. I got a 2 3 4 5. So pretty much, it's the idea of the higher damage you take, the harder it is to actually stay functional. It is entirely possible for you to botch this, actually to botch 2 pair and fall unconscious. It is entirely possible to just fucking biff it. You must take a full house roll immediately. Low stripe being opposed to hand because the sum of all the wounds is now 5. So yeah, it's a fucking nasty experience. Getting hit sucks. And you can take a lot of damage very quickly. Now, it's who is hit by 2 attacks with inflict 3 and 4 damage, noted had 3 and 4 wound for a total of 7 damage, which you can go down pretty quickly. And the idea is that you need to heal, but to heal someone, the higher it is, the harder it is to actually save them. If you try to save them, well, they may not make it. They honestly may just fucking die. And if you ever roll a high card, which is, again, very unlikely, they're going to collapse and die within 10 minutes. If 3-point wound, and if you botch, you die. Which makes it a very amusing that if you take one wound right here, and you botch it, you're dead. You can take 1 little damage, and you can die. Which would be the idea of, like, it hit something that it really shouldn't. It's like, oh, alright. And then you have natural healing. You're going to restore a little bit every time. Coup de grace. Trick shotting, which is some pretty nasty modifiers, depending on what you're going with. You know, the rate of fire, pretty much how many attacks you can make. Usually 3 bullets make 2 attacks. Optimize that gun again in the second action. Oh no. Because yes, you have to reload individually. Because it's very unreliable to reload. So as you're riding, you're ducking and covering, using 2 weapons. You both actions. Because the idea is, if you have two actions. So you can shoot a gun once, shoot a gun twice, but you can never do an action twice. So I could shoot the gun, reload the gun, shoot the gun next turn. Like, it is entirely possible to do that. That is perfectly available for you to do. It's interesting. And then you have things like this. Everyone involved in the attack must act simultaneously, typically by using hold actions. And you can just pepper an area and just shoot somebody. just fucking fuck somebody up. You think of heavy weapons, which are just... heavy weapons just kill you. Like, that's all they do. They just kill you. GM hints, they kind of tell you like what everyone's doing. And then we have the environment. They're going to introduce hazards, problems, instant death, being incinerated. Like, all right. Pretty standard stuff. They're going to talk about what languages are writing, how to play poker with poker dice, which shouldn't really be that hard to do. How shootouts work, which is, in games terms, with a shootout are short range, pose roll each character, lowest of their shooting reflex traits, so you have to use that. Double action gun plus 1 to shootout. If you win a shootout, congratulations. Good. Also, don't want to be the first one to bring your gun out. And if you shoot, everyone's good. You go shooting. Yeah, you can fuck some people up pretty quickly. Like, you can get messed up very quickly in this game. And, all the conversations, waits, repairing things, sneaking about, hunting and foraging. Like, there's a lot of options. And then they kind of go over, like, this is the setting. These are, like, kind of like what everything is like, how everything works. And it's very detailed. Don't get me wrong, it's very detailed. A lot of random encounter tables. They kind of go over the really janky map. And I like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Gunslingers and Gamblers. I actually like Gunslingers and Gamblers. I actually kind of like this game. Is it flawless? Not at all. It is not flawless in the shortest. No. This game has issues. But I will give them this. The guy who did this did his homework. Even though most of these guns are the exact same. Yes, a 1973 Colt Peacemaker 45 Sixgun is technically the exact same as a 1975 Colt New Line 38 Sixgun. They do the exact same thing. Or also the same as a 1975 Remington 44, which is roughly the exact same as a 1962 Remington 44. Those are all the exact same. Though you should always play a volcanic pistol because you're not a bitch. But yeah, like, there's obviously some homework done here, and the entire idea is this bonus is telling you how much damage you actually did. So if I rolled a 3-pair, if I rolled a 2-pair and I would get a short +1, well, I'm going to be doing a lot better. I'm going to be rolling 1 step higher, which is something they may not be able to counter against because it's very dangerous. Turns out, dying sucks. Getting shot is bad. Also, bows get 1. You get 1. A lot of just options and a lot of options. A lot of housing, just stuff and folks. Because one of the big things with these is that this is what a character is going to look like 95% of the time. So if you really want to make a character really fast, what you do is you just assign like, he's got shooting 2, grit 1. That's it. You don't really need anything else more than that because all that's saying is rerolls. Hell, most of the time you don't even need to really do that. You just roll your dice and be like, well, yeah, he's pretty good. He knows what he's doing, or he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing because he's a dumbass. Because that's what you would do. It's like, that's how it works. Ta-da, we did it. Yeah, not complicated. Not complicated. But it doesn't need to be complicated. And there's a lot of options, don't get me wrong. The bear will still fuck you up. The bear will fuck your day up. Not gonna lie. You're not gonna have a good time with the bear. Melt means pelt and meat price. And then we have like a sample area of like Harris County. So here's the thing. I like Gunslingers and Gamblers. I actually really like this game. I think that it has a unique charm to it. That, yeah, the only reason I know Volcanics very well is because I played Fistful of Frags, the fucking free game on Steam. I loved the Volcanic pistol. That was my go-to weapon. It wasn't the efficient weapon, but it was my favorite. 10 shots for the win. Go for headshots and you win every match. But I like Gunslingers and Gamblers. I actually enjoy this game. Initially I was like, I'm not too sure on it, but I gradually grew to appreciate it because it's just janky enough, just weird enough for it to really like be like, oh, I'm like, it gives you that warm belly feel. Like, this is obviously a passion project. Somebody poured their time and heart into making this, and it shows. This is a project that somebody loves. There is one issue, though. You were probably seeing it as we were going through. There's one issue to this game with Gunslingers and Gamblers. TM. This game looks like ass. This game is really hard to read sometimes because everything has this kind of like this paper quality to it, and it's not a very high quality piece of paper either. And everything's kind of like written on top of it, and it's very just... There are moments where it's just shit like this, where it's just a black thing of text to kind of sort through. And some people are fine, like I'm fine with it. But even I was like, oh god, yeah, okay, maybe this isn't the best way to like make this work. I think this is not a pretty game. Let me just re-emphasize this. This is not a pretty game by any metric really. This game kind of looks like ass. And if you can get past that, if you can kind of get past that initial like hurdle, then yeah, the game's going to be fun. I think you're going to enjoy the game. The issue though, the big issue is kind of getting past that, if that makes sense. Is that if you can get past it, it's gonna be fine. You're gonna enjoy yourself. If you quite literally cannot do it, if you're looking at this and being like, my fucking eyes are burning, even looking at it, like, no. Also, I do post everything after this. Don't forget that. Like, if you want to buy it, you can. Make sure you buy the full version so you get everything from them. But I respect this game. Like, here's the thing. I respect this game. It's just, some people are going to like it, and I would actually heavily recommend playing it with the actual poker dice. Because, like, I knew it enough to make, like, okay, the 5's going to add up to the 5s. And, like, if it was a little bit easier in that regard, I would say it, but kind of depends. That's very much you have to kind of play it by your own ear, whether or not you're like, I absolutely despise all of this, or I can manage this just fine. And everyone's going to be a little bit different. I enjoy it, but I understand its flaws. Okay, so with that game done, we're gonna move on to, let's do a quickie, shall we? Let's do a nice quick game. This is Blazing Suns, a simple system for your adventures in the Wild West. I actually found this game kind of on accident. It kind of popped up, and I was like, I'm interested, I think. This looks kind of dumb. It's by a company called Bloodlords RPG. So, what is Bloodlords RPG? Like, what is Bloodlords? Well, these guys do actual plays, but not really. Like, this is what I've been able to find on them. It's, they're from West Virginia. They kind of go over a lot of these things. This hasn't been updated for 3 years, actually 4 years at this point. And most of the stuff they put out, Blazing Suns is the only game that they have, like, hottest titles. The rest are, like, 5e, like, some D20 things. Like, it's a lot of things that aren't really anything. This is their only real game for 99 cents. And it's rules light D20. Let's see. It's not your usual. Yeah, let's see. It's $9.99. Yeah, apparently this was being sold for $9.99, not 99 cents. But yeah, like, this is a 99-cent game by these guys. All the art was done by this dude, Daniel Estep. But yeah, it's this Bloodlords RPG. Nothing. I couldn't really find anything else on them. They haven't really done anything else to really inspire creativity, if that makes sense. So what is this game actually about? Well, this game is a very simplistic D20 game. I also like the fact they do bring you a Wikipedia link to the United States of America. Yeah. Why? Let's see. Battalion units are sent in, the battalions are slaughtered. Let's see. Refused to abolish slavery even after civil wars and Valley of the Gun. Railroad has not been built any further than the California-Nevada border. Yeah, it's not, this isn't like a, how do I word this? This is not actually like a real game. And thinking it is a real game will lead you to nothing but despair. So, this is Martin Coxsack as told by Blazing Suns. As you can tell, he is very simple, very, very easy to put together. But let's see. So first step, building your badass, come with a good story. Who cares? So then you gotta pick 2 primary weapons. A single pistol, fire 2 shots per turn, dealing 1 bullet wound each. Double pistols, shotgun, a rifle, tomahawks. Bow and arrow, secondary weapons, where you can get things like a derringer. Oh boy. Pig sticker, cavalier sword, throwing knives, which literally just says deal 1 damage per round. And this is literally your character sheet, really, as apparently written in someone in paint. Starts with 5 wounds, 11 dodge, 30 feet movement speed. Don't need a conventional character sheet, just a scrap piece of paper. Yeah, no, it's like, you may choose the following abilities. Shooting. Choose 1. Shooting. Slick talker. Dodger. The gambler. Trick shooter. Barroom brawler. Ace horseman. Pistolier. Quickness. Unknown stranger. The goodly. And then you can select your tier 2 ability, which are things like shootout veterans. Practiced aim. Deadly stranger, combat doctor. So what is this game actually? What is this game in all actuality? It's a D20 game. Roll a D20. If you beat your enemy's dodge, you hit them. That's it. That is the game. Need to do something? Roll a D20. You hit them. They don't. Roll 1. You jam. That's it. There's nothing else to this game outside of that. If you think there is anything else, you are wrong. You think that's it? Yeah, no, that's it. That's pretty much the entire game. Shotgun, yes, shotgun does have a cone attack. Because these guys, again, I'm just gonna call this a boss baby phenomenon, because that's the only way I can think about it. These guys have written nothing but 5e OSR content. So guess what? They're gonna write 5e OSR content, but put like a Western spin on it. That's literally all this. It's a cone attack, or it's this. It's a. Oh, okay. You know, roll D20. Ah, look, it's funny. Look, it's funny. It's You're not normally wield, but you're considered to have a pistol for the shootout. You know, bandage. Everyone starts with bandages, so if you heal a gunshot, you have to visit a doctor and pay a fee. You know, make camp or use the bandage ability. Choose what you're gonna do. Like, all right, and then that's pretty much it. Congratulations, I've summarized the entire game for you. I've saved you 99 cents. You now never need to play this game because there's nothing here. Like, it's pretty much, it's done entirely by this guy. I think this was quite literally just a, can I justify doing this? Like, yeah, I guess. If this was like a free game and someone just like, this is just some fucking stupid game that we play every now and again, then yeah, I'd be like, yeah, fine, fuck it, who cares? Yeehaw, yeehaw, and get ready to go. Because you don't even really, you can just kind of choose whatever the hell you have. That's it. There's no real anything else. Everyone kind of starts the exact same. You're not going to get better. You're not going to get worse, because that's not what the game is about. Yeah, I get it. I think this was a game that people wanted. I think a bunch of guys got together and they were like, man, we want to play a cowboy game. Yeah, cowboy games are fun, but man, D&D doesn't quite work for cowboy stuff. And like, yeah, let's just write something real fast. Take me 5 minutes. Cool, done. Cowboy game. Pew, 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 and then done. Like, this is not like you don't sink your teeth into this game, if that makes sense. I don't think that is the point. I don't think that's the point of this game either. I don't think you're not supposed to really sink your teeth into it. You're not really supposed to be like, oh yeah, gamers, it's time to really appreciate. I have no idea why that's now in the like. Yeah, it's not supposed to inspire you, if that makes sense. That's not the point. You're trying to think that's going to inspire you and, you know, make sure that you're anything. No. That ain't the point. So, that brings me to, let's see, we can either do, a fun game, or we can do let's see, we can do a fun game, scary game, or not that. You're getting saved for last. Okay, you know what, we can do it. We can make this next one pretty fast. So this is Wild West Cinema RPG in a Wild West that never was. Now, what is this game? What the fuck? What in God's green earth is this game? You may be wondering. Well, here's the secret. Here's the secret of this game. This is actually by a company that I actually quite enjoy. This is by a company called the Spectrum Games. Now, if Spectrum Games sounds familiar, it's because they really should. Because Spectrum Games, they make genre emulation games. That's what they do. That's their main thing. One of their big games is actually called Cartoon Action Hour. And I adore Cartoon Action Hour. It's funny. It knows exactly what it's trying to be, and it's not doing anything else. These guys, the best way I can think about it is these guys are making the budget off-brand games that it's hilarious. I adore it. And like, I love Cartoon Action Hour. I think the game is actually very, very cheesy, very fun, and I didn't realize how many other games they actually had. Things like Urban Manhunt, which is all about being like this, how do I want to order this? Everyone's working against each other because we're all monster hunters and we're all edgy as shit. It's like, oh, all right, I can get behind this. This is kind of goofy. Artwork always looks just a little bit jankier than it should. You'll never be as cool as this guy, by the way. It's like, all right, let's see what else they have. Macabre Tales slasher flick. Macabre Tales is the same thing, you know, Lovecraftian horror, very pulpy, very silly. Slasher flick. I actually read through Slasher flick a long time ago. I actually try to enjoy it. Like, this game is actually kind of funny in its own way. But this is what these guys do. They emulate genres. They try to tell you about things, and they're going to give you all the little details you possibly want in these games. So Wild West Cinema RPG literally has nothing. I do not know why this particular game has zero anything. We're actually going to be going over one of their, if the superhero one wins, we're going to be going over Biff Bam Kabow. Now, this game in particular is written by Dave Bezio. Dave Bezio is most notably through Gray Area Games, and he's done a few different games, nothing like too out of the ordinary. Nothing like jumps out and be like, haha. The only one that really is this one, the rabbit playing game. Because this one is effectively Bunnies and Burrows Legally Distinct Edition. That's all it is. And if we do gray area games, like, I couldn't really find anything on these particular guys. I don't think the website actually exists. It's just David Bezio's company that he just makes shit with. If you want to learn about Gray Area Labs, though, they're a Finnish company who does VR stuff. Ta-da! Not exactly the most, like, fascinating, not exactly, like, the detailed history I think people usually like to expect. But Spectrum Games does have quite a few products behind them. And I do respect, these guys survived a lot. I'm not going to be, not lying. These guys survived quite a bit of shit. But they have a very certain, angle that they go with, and they're going to tell you all about it. And I actually really enjoy it because everything about it's very thematic. So, but what about the game? the Wild West Cinema RPG, the Wild West Cinema RPG in a West that never was. Well, written and designed by David Bezio. Cynthia Celeste Miller. She's actually like the head person at Spectrum Games. Cynthia is. Failure to Plan, The Texans, Disclaimer, if some of the elements are prejudiced. Yeah, they undernote. They say it. This actually came out in 2010 as well, which I actually thought was kind of interesting. It feels a lot younger than it should. It feels a lot more recent. But what is this game? Well, this game is about emulating a very certain kind of story or a very certain kind of read. And you're gonna like it. God damn it. Let me see. Is this the right? Nope. That's the next one. That is also the incorrect one. Where's the right character sheet? Did I not save it correctly? I'm going to feel very silly if I didn't. I put it in wrong. Did I not fill it out correctly? Oh, son of a bitch. Well, fuck. I had this entire thing filled out, and it was going to be great. And I completely... and I didn't save it, apparently. Son of a bitch. Boga. But, irregardless, I can kind of go through here. Kind of explain to you how all of these things actually work using the character sheet. Still, Martin Coxsack will not be making an appearance, however. So what is a role-playing game? Kind of goes over the basics of this, what is the Wild West, and how the game plays. Skip all this. So, at the absolute core, it uses something called the FAST engine, Fun, Action, Simple, and Tactical System, and the entire idea is that it's trying to do a lot of different things. Because what this game is... every single score is rated from 1 to 10. So, with every single thing rated from 1 to 10 is what is bad, 10 is great, cool. So how do you actually roll anything? Well, you roll a d6. I'm actually going to bring out my... do I have my white die? No, I only have my yellow. You roll a d6 minus d6. So, for example, I'm going to use one die, that's going to roll 2, and I rolled a 1. I would have gotten a +1. That's it. Positive and negative. And then you add whatever your score is. So for example, if I had a... God damn it, I'm going to fix this someday. So let's say, for example, I have a 2 shooting and +2 agility or whatever. I would be rolling, it would be 1d6 minus 1d6 +4. That's pretty much what the roll would be. Little bit wonky, little bit weird, but interestingly enough, it does kind of work for what it's doing. Target number takes, as opposed to a standard TN, that's pretty much not exactly the most exciting stuff here. You've probably already know about this. Modifiers, target numbers. Now the idea is that 1s are automatic failures. 6s are automatic successes, regardless. Even though you technically rolled a +0, it's failures and successes. So it can be, brought all my fucking dice everywhere. So it can be like, haha, I rolled double 6s. It's technically a 0, but I still succeeded. 1s fail. Time and measurement, time and round, fairly standard stuff. Now, this is one thing we're going to have to talk about. Measurements and units, all given 5 feet increments, we simply call these units. We move 25 feet in 1 round, 5 units. Right? Pretty easy to understand. Rule book. Okay, we got golden rules. Nice. Well, the thing is, we have to choose our character archetype, because yes, you do have kind of like classes. These classes are going to define some of your abilities as well as define some of your skills, which are very important. And I wish I had Martin here. I feel silly that I must have forgot. Yeah, I'm assuming Martin just kind of got revived by someone. Actually, wait a second. Did I put you... I'm gonna feel really stupid if I put him on... No. No, I don't believe so. I think he just isn't where he should be. And I feel silly. I feel very, very dumb. That shouldn't have happened, but alas. So, describe for, you have some basic motivations and your personality traits. These don't really do much, except when they do. Each of these kind of build into the character points, but you have to use these things to get story points. That's why I say they are, but are not useful. Story points are another Benny system, because all of these fucking games have Benny systems in them. I don't know why they all have Benny systems in them, but they just do. Your basic attributes are, agility, brains, presence, and physique. These are going to define a vast majority of your actual abilities and skills, which are very important. 5 is average, but each attribute is also going to only start at rank 3. 8 points to a lot. 8 points to a lot in the way that he likes among the 4 stats. So, you're pretty much like the standard character is going to be pretty much above a regular human being pretty quickly. This isn't like something that's going to be like, oh well, I'm suddenly going to be a lot weaker or I'm going to be a lot stronger. You're going to be pretty above average. Like there's nothing anyone can really do to make you below average in any remote sense, simply because of how the game functions. But that's the point. That's the secret with this particular game, is that you want to be stronger because you're in the movies. So determine your skill ranks. This is the one thing that gets a little bit weird because, say, for example, I have a 4 physique. All my skills are going to be technically at 3 unless they're a primary skill as determined by my archetype, in which case they're going to be a 5. Which is like, okie dokie then, that makes sense. Like, all right. And then you have to choose your attribute ranks, and then you can dump everything you did. So, this is a pretty good example of things. This character is above average in most things. You don't really choose any of your skills necessarily, but you instead have to just define them. So, let's say you have shooting at 6, initiative at 4. Again, you roll these 2 dice, and congratulations, it's 5 plus whatever you get. Because the big thing is, you, the player, are always the one rolling. The GM does not roll in this game. Because that's not the point. And the more you advance, the more stuff you get. The more stuff you get, the more things you're allowed to increase. The better and stronger you get, and everyone's happy. You can't really increase attributes all that much. You can only really increase skills. But skills are meant to be raised, you could say. You can kind of treat your basic attributes as like your base default, while your skills are things that you can get better at or get worse at. So, story points. You need to use story points to do things, including getting a hint or improve any luck die roll, which is like, all right. And how they do this, how this actually works is, let's say, for example, I rolled a 4 and a 3. So I got a 4 on my good die and a 3 on my bad die. So if I spend a luck point, instead of it being only a +1, I can change that bad die into a good die. So I've now rolled a 7. That's it. And now we get to do the archetypes. All of the archetypes, these are classes, which I am not the biggest fan of. Because things like, here's the Drifter, for example. These are his primary skills. These are going to be a little bit better than most. And here's his starting equipment. Here's all his special abilities. You get all your special abilities right off the bat. As soon as you begin, you get all of these right off the bat. And there are a few classes. There is, obviously, you got the Drifter, the Gunslinger. And mind you, some of these actually are very standard, and they keep going across the board. Quick Draw being one that is pretty actively used. Then you have the Indian Outcast, Savage Attack, Scout, Tribal Knowledge, War Cry, just the Child. Yes, you can play a literal child in this game. You can play a literal child with a gun bigger than she is currently. I mean, Jesus Christ. That is a fucking big iron for this goblin-like creature over here. That is... I think that is larger than she is. I think that's as big as her leg. Yeah, no, that totally is bigger than her leg. It's horrifying, actually, to witness. You get bonuses here. The Maverick. You're a card shop. Don't worry, everybody. The rough and tumble outlaw. Or the preacher man with a little tiny shot. Like, that shotgun looks really weird. The tenderfoot. And that's it. Like, you don't get that many classes, but that kind of summarizes, I would say, this summarizes most what people are going to be playing in a Western game. The only one out of the ordinary is the Kid. The Kid is the one that's a little bit weird over certain movies, yeah, but like it's kind of out of the ordinary. It looks a little bit out of place. Like the rest look fine. She's the only one that's like, that's kind of weird. So then we go over the basics of it: money, power, revenge, wanted, all your mortal attitudes, your personality traits. We can kind of skip these. As said, pretty much if you play into this, the more you play into your personalities, the more you play into these traits that you've given yourself, the more story points you're going to get. That means the more ability you're going to be able to do damage and actually do your goddamn job. The more better you do, the better you are. Simple as. So, we've got brains tests and all of these. These are all your skills. And nothing about them is really that big, and the only other weird one is like size them up, which is a dangerous play for unique kill individuals. You can literally just size up a kind of person they are, and the GM is going to give you some idea of like what they're like. Like, he's a gunslinger. You can tell by the way he's looking. He's a gunslinger out for blood. I'm like, all right, cool. Possessions, trading, credit, money. Money. But the thing is, too, is that you actually get everything pretty cheap by just playing your archetype, which means that you don't have to buy everything like usual. Thanks, game. I love that. Yeah, Song of the Sixgun. Yeah, most of these, they're going over things. Now, this is weapons. So, weapons, the big thing is they have this weapon damage modifier added to the margin of success when you successfully attack a target. Some of the two numbers indicate the target number for the opponent's grit skill to resist taking a hit. Because the big thing is, here's the thing. Everyone has 3 health. You are grazed, wounded, or you're down. That's it. You technically, yeah, you take 3 hits, you're out of the fight. But but you always have a save. And that save is, let's say I hit you pretty hard. You can make a grit check to see if you can resist taking that damage. That WDM is exactly what it is. It's your ability to try to ignore it because you kind of need to. But some of these are pretty atrocious to even think about trying to go against. Like, yeah, here's a rifle, for example. A rifle's going to do +6. They got 48 range on you. You got 10 shots. It weighs quite a bit, but yeah, you get shot by that thing, damn straight you're going down. You just took a fucking bullet. Okay, so this is the, how do I want to work? This is the weakest part of the game, in my opinion. All of what I've been saying, I actually quite enjoy. It's definitely thematic. It's very, you know, bang, and shoot people. So, this is where things get a little bit confusing. This is where things get a little bit wonky. So, roll your luck dice, and pretty much hit whatever the target number is. Not exactly complex. Doesn't need to be. Never needs to be. And so, standard roll when the character tries to do something, alright. Opposed roll, exactly what you think it is. You know, aren't made against the same attribute of skill, but rather against best resist to effects. Searching for the woodline for hidden Indian warriors, make a perception skill versus a hiding skill rank of the Indian. Waiting there in ambush there. Opposed rolls are done. Okay, pretty, alright. But yeah, right here, you don't roll luck dice. Everybody else rolls luck dice. You simply set the target number. So if the Indian is hiding and he's got a rank of 6. Oh no. He's got a rank of 6. He's hiding in the woods. He's stalking you and you're stalking him. Your pistol's drawn. You're looking around. You don't know where he is, but he's following you. It's a cat and mouse game. With 6, you just have to beat 6. So if you roll, I rolled a -3, so I'm probably not going to hit him. I'm not going to find him, but he's going to find me. And yeah, it's almost entirely based off these, you know, these systems of modifying of this. The fact that you can technically roll negative does make this game actually work better than it reads. With just the idea that having a +7 in a skill doesn't mean you're going to be like, well, I'm going to win everything. No, because you can roll a 6 on your bad die and a 1 on your good die, and that means you aren't seeing jack shit. You aren't doing something. It's anytime you leave it up to luck, things have gone a little bit bad. We don't want things to be left up to luck. Add to single rolls luck die, yeah, pretty much. Ooh. Ties and opposed rolls, yeah, getting hurt. So, here's the thing. You have an action, adventure, and danger. If it's pick a diamond, drag, fight, guns, fists, knives, okay. Character eye, the story is over. So, the entire idea, whenever you're in danger, take a bullet, you make a grit skill, based off the severity of the potential damage. Grit is your skill used to resist damage. Succeeded the roll, your grit is your teeth, you bear the pain, the damage has no lasting effect. Hit, alright. As you can see here, this is the difference between this man getting brained and this man surviving, and that blob over there with probably a rifle. Yep, and you graze, there's no effects, like, oh no, to all attributes, skill checked, oh no, now you're downed, and you're going to make a death roll. Roll a 1d6, or get a 4 or better. Yeah, you have, the second you take 3 damage, it's a 50-50 whether you're going to live. Also, spend story points. Oof. Most other NPCs also are going to have this exact same thing, but sometimes they might just go down to 1. It's out of the fight, you know, minor hazards, major hazards, pretty standard stuff. However, the one thing that is weak about this game, the one thing that does not work, is that this game does use miniatures. This game is almost heavily encouraged to use those miniatures. And it wants you to move them around, it wants you to do everything, and I think this is kind of the weakest part of the game right here. I think the core mechanics work pretty good. It's just this facet, and they're like, oh, well, here's the advantages, and well, here's the disadvantages, and they don't really tell you how to not use those. There's not like a range band system or anything like that in place. It's like, well, here are a bunch of, you know, here's advantages and disadvantages, but we're going to use them anyway. And everyone's going to nod and be like, yes, okay. And it's like, oh, it's kind of a bummer. Mostly, like, yeah, it isn't that big of a deal for most people. But if you kind of preach this entire game to be more narrative and very story and very yeehaw cowboys, adding in miniatures does change that dynamic. And not providing any other option is like, oh, cool, that's fine. Or, okay, I move 6 units this way, plus 2 to my defense. Surprise rounds, initiative. Everything is, you have to make an initiative skill roll. It looks at the statistics and important NPCs, and that's where they are. that's it. These are all the things that you can do. Move, charge, fighting withdrawal, run away, attack, try not to die, because you're probably going to get shot by a gun, because that's what happens when you get shot by guns. And yeah, I want to word this. I think this works. You can choose to do like, oh, abstract reloading. Like, oh, yeah, your 6 shooters or 6-chambered revolving cylinder, while lighter stingy hold less. Carefully track. In reality, most games only had no safety, so only 5 chambers were frequently loaded, keeping 6 ends to avoid accidents. So you have to spend a round to reload or draw another weapon. Yeah, no, reloading is a bitch. And even down to the fact they even have like, yeah, if you don't want to do this, here's the options to not have it. It's like, oh, all right. Careful aim, call the shots, range, very standard stuff. Nothing is too out of the ordinary when it comes to here. There's just a lot of things in this section. Here's combined fire. Here's defensive dodging. Forfeit is action. You actively weave and dive and dodge bullet. Shooters unstable. Shooters on the run. Shooters shooting 2 guns, multiple guns. Blind fire. You just start shooting. Throwing attacks. And dangerous. Determined damage. So the target number is the margin attack plus success plus your weapons WDM. So if you, let's say for example, I need to hit you by 2. I hit you by 2. And you hit, and I have a 6. You need to pretty much make a target number 8 check. So you look at it, you're like, I rolled a -4, and you're going to take damage. You don't want to take damage. And that's pretty much the Wild West game. This is the Wild West cinema RPG in the West that never won. I like everything about this game. Here's the thing. I like all the ideas. I like all the concepts. I like, here's the roles, and like here's the abilities, and you're encouraged to kind of play into the cinema. It's just the fact that the entire combat section is, they're going to go over everything they need to go. And I like this idea. It's just the fact that like a vast majority of this game is built around this combat system, which I'm not a fan of, because it's not... This combat system really encourages this very miniatures, very tactical play, which seems at odds with the rest of the game. The game wants to be this cinematic, like, doing crazy stuff. The actual, like, combat, the actual main meat of the game, which you're actually going to be doing, interacting with the majority of the time, is this very tactical, miniatures-based game where you want to be moving around and doing stuff like that. Some people are going to love that, other people aren't. I just feel it kind of is at odds because I'm not a huge fan of miniatures play. Just because of this, how I've been playing for years at this point. I would say, like, also here's just a lot of options. If you want options for like enemies and shit, this is gonna go over when I Bob. But yeah, like it wants you to use maps. It wants you to use the maps, and they want you to move around little spaces. They want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna move behind the saloon. We're gonna bing, bing. That's what they want you to do. That's the entire point of the game. If you're not wanting that, if you want something a little bit more story-ish, you want something a little bit cinematic, this isn't gonna... It's gonna feel a little bit at odds. There's nothing saying you can't just add in something with like that. But do I like the Wild West cinema RPG in a West that never was? Yes, I do actually enjoy this game. I think Bezio did a really damn good job of putting that there. And everything about the game works pretty well. It's just the combat feels really at odds with what it's trying to say. It wants this, very cinematic game, but then it's like, here's this tactical combat system on top of things, which, again, people are going to like, people aren't going to like. It's really dependent on who you are and how you choose to operate. But generally speaking, I like it. Let's see. What's our next one gonna? No, I'm rapidly running out of options. Oh no. Okay. This one's gonna be a bit of an odd duck. This is Gunslingers, Wild West action. Wow, Wild West action. Written by this guy named Mark Arsenault. However, here's a secret. You see this down here, the action system. This game by itself is not actually a game. All of this, not actually a game. We can't actually use this. I'm not even going to spend too long on it, simply because I'm not really going to be going over it. Simply, what I'm going to be going over more than anything is, if I bring it here, this is the action core system. Written by, again, Mark Arsenault. Now, who is Mark Arsenault? Mark is a fascinating human being. For one very distinctive reason. This is who he is. Right here. Say hello to Mark Arsenault. This guy is a one-man Superman, apparently. He writes. He... Memoir of a colon cancer survivor. The truth about self-publishing your book. Think Up, collection of short articles. Positive mindset. Beat the curve. Leading entrepreneurs and professionals. This guy writes books. He is a book person. He is a writer. He's also a graphic designer. The only reason I actually knew that it was the same person is because of this. Because he was head of a company called Gold Rush Games. Now, Gold Rush Games, way back in the day, they did a few different games. They did actually quite a few different games. Notably, again, they have Gunslingers, Wild West Action. But the big thing that they did, one of their big things, is that they did things for like Mutants and Masterminds, Hero, D20. He did a lot of work for other people using other people's systems. The action system was kind of his baby, you could say. And you may be wondering, Notepad, what is the actionsystem.com website lead you? Nowhere. It leads you nowhere. So what we need to do is we need to go back to the Wayback Machine, because we always go to the Wayback Machine, because the Wayback Machine saves lives. And we have to go back to the action system, and we're going to go back 2011. Actually, we can let's go to 2013. Let's push some boundaries here. Oh, that's definitely not it. We need to go further back. You got to go back to the past. Yep. So here's the action system by itself, multi-genre open license role-playing game from Gold Rush Games. And this was actually way back in the day, before a lot of those action games were, before a lot of those SRD games were popular. Like, it's weird when you think about it like that. And Action Studios was the big ones. Reaction, if you want to talk about action games back in 2006. The ones that I were able to find are things like Combat, a military action game. Because if you go here, on Amazon.com, people didn't like it very much because he didn't really give anything. And by this guy named William Anderson, again, combat game, Infinite Ordnance. Let's see. See if I can find TTRPG. I can't even find anything in there. Let's see. Let's do. Oh, Drive-Thru is getting an update finally. Oh, this actually looks like it's from a website from the modern era. Like the Kevin and Kel, the role-playing game. Like, this is what Action System was. Action System was, by all accounts, things that he would write, and it was all using this particular system called Action. Now, this is where things get a little bit wonky, because apparently Weapons of the Gods used this system. Yes, Weapons of the Gods, which was a fairly popular game back in the day from EOS. Yeah, EOS Press used this particular game. And then it was things such as, where was he? Saw Hong Kong Action Theater used action. What? Like, it's kind of weird the amount of time, according to Drive-Thru RPG anyway, how much actually use this system and how we don't talk about it at all. But yeah, it was a fascinating section of stuff. A world where their most popular game was actually Sengoku, a revised edition. But this is who it is. Gold Rush Games proper is gone. They too are a corpse in the wind, you could say. Let's actually see what. Oh, yep, there it is. Gotta go back to the Wayback Machine. Let's do it, everybody. Yay, Wayback Machine saves the day. Gold Rush game. Let's go back to 2007, everybody. Ready to go back to 2007 with me? It's gonna be fun. I know you wanted to go back to 2007. Well, let's see. This Gold Rush game's gonna pop up here. You'd think I would. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Rebuild the site. Yeah, they tried. Let me see if I can find it way back in the day in 2006. January 5th, 2006. Let's see. Directing to Gold Plus. All right, goldrushgames.com/start. This is Gold Rush Games. This is who they are. Greatly exaggerated. President Mark Arsenault. And it is the same guy. Like, just remember that. It is the same guy. He's a writer of Success Writer, and he talks about stuff, and he is fascinating Doug. He is a boomer, though. I adore him. He is this big old boomer. So, what is Gunslingers, though? Gunslingers is, you could say, the Wild West supplement to Action Core. Which you can actually download the action system, the core rules, right now if you want. You can do it. It's open source. It's completely free. You're able to do it whenever or however you. Nothing can stop you. So this is my character. This is Martin Coxsack, back again, and as you can see, there are a lot of skills because Action Core at its core is a D6 system. It's not exactly a complicated D6 system. The entire idea is that you are going to make your roll. I believe it's a 2d6, right? Yeah, no, it's 3d6 plus an attribute plus a skill, or double your attribute. That's pretty much it. So, for example, according to this anyway, it'd be 5 times 1 attribute, 6, 5, 6, 4, 4, 4. There are technically 3 versions of action: realistic, cinematic, and extreme. This particular one is cinematic. This came out in 2004, by the way. And that's that. Oh, persuasion. Let's see what my persuasion skill is. My persuasion skill is 4. I have to roll persuasion plus 4. What's my awareness skill? My awareness skill is 4. Here we go. Yay, we did it. We did it. We did it. But Gunslingers is the you can say the Wild West supplement of action. So attribute points is how many attributes you actually just put among all your stats, which are actually quite a bit because 3 is considered the human average. And your character points are both your skills and your advantages/disadvantage system. Now, it's a pretty robust system. It works pretty well. The only issue with action that I was able to kind of notice is that it's kind of the numbers get a little bit wonky points. But overall, it's going to go into exactly everything you need. Some maximum attribute scores. This is an SRD document before SRD documents were popular. And because of that, it does have some odd notes on it. It does have things like defensive target numbers, initiatives, let me see, movement abilities, all your life points. It's a special kind of game, but in particularly Gunslingers itself goes over all of the details you could ever need. You want to hear the rules and behaviors among cowboys, what you're supposed to kind of live like. Here's all how violating code is bad. Here's all the custom characters that you're kind of suggested to take. You're suggested to take the character templates because again, you're supposed to have action core free. So all of these, and most of these are pretty standard. Like Cocksack managed to become a fairly standard character. He's a little bit specialized in certain areas, but nothing too out of the ordinary. And let's see, a lot of things. It is formatted a little bit weird, makes it a little bit hard to read at points, but nothing too out of the ordinary. And there are a lot of options. I do give them that compared to a few of the other games we've gone over so far. There are quite a lot. And then we have all our basic traits. Again, these work as kind of like advantages, World of Darkness-esque advantages, merits, and merits. 3 hours of drinking this fucking coffee. So, most of these are things like advantage, how certain advantages presented in the core book would apply, ambidextrous, athletic. Like, most of these, here's the thing, buying Gunslingers by itself does not actually work. You're not actually going to get a system out of it. You need to get the action core system to make it work. To the point, again, I'm not going to go over Gunslingers that much. Because I can't really. You can't go over Gunslingers without going over action system. And if you don't go over that, you're not going to get anything out of it. So I just want to point out that this exists more than anything. How you have things such as the survival skill, the teamster skill, how you get tracking and trading. Trailblazing is a skill. That's a skill. Where's the one skill that I made sure to invest in just to make sure that everyone knew I knew what I was doing. Performance is a skill. Melee, lockpicking, lip reading, language, knowledge, intuition, gunplay. See, it's things like this. This is what I mean by like characters with skill are adept at involving firearm. This is just trick fighting. This isn't your actual ability to shoot anybody. To perform all maneuvers of gun handling, common skills among gunslingers and shootists. And it does do the thing where there are rules inside of each individual skill. In addition, so, for example, because like all of these are actually like legit things you can do. It's like road agent spin is where you put out your guns, or you put out your gun in a way to like say I'm surrendering and then flip it back and put them there. Or the rifle spin is all about being able to like use your lever action rifle in one hand. Pretty much be able to cock the next bullet right away. Cock the next bullet, right word. But it's also like, oh, gunplay skills allow the character to offset the penalty performing a fast draw action. It's like, oh, persuade, intimidate roll, flashing his or her guns about. Yeah, there's a lot of like side rules, including like fish and game. Like, yeah, fish and game is a skill that you can have, and you can catch good fish in an area. Why? But if you go under the assumption that this is a general system with something to be kind of put on top of a general system, then yeah, it starts to make a little bit more sense. The one thing about the game, though, I would like to point out more than anything, is Mark here. Mark here is an autist. He's one of the boys in that regard. He likes his item lists, and he's going to tell you all about his item lists. Every single one, including weapons. And trust me, these weapons do things that are different. all of them are ever so slightly different. So, let's just say for example, our 1858 Remington Army is a 44 caliber, does 3d6 damage. It doesn't have any accuracy mods, but it does have a range modifier, and you need 3 strength to use it. It does have a rate of fire of only 1, ammunition of 6, a weight of 1.3, cost $10, single action, and that's cartridge based, and an 8-inch barrel. Because depending on the size of your barrel, you get a penalty or a bonus to fast drawing it. And yeah, do you think there's just not a lot of guns? Oh no, there are plenty of guns. We have all of the guns. We also have all of the various rifles. Yeah, this is literally 2 pages worth of rifles. Tell me what you look. You want a martini? Is that a martini Henry I saw? Actually, I'm curious. Martini. No martini Henrys. Fucking 0 out of 10 worst game ever. But yeah, like a Sharps Creedmoor, a Springfield Carbine, a Sharps Cavalry of like 74 versus the 73 version. Like it's... If you really like cowboy games, then yeah, this game is going to be this is great fun. It's like, oh, it's a metal cartridge, or it's a paper cartridge, or it's a percussion ball and cap. Oh no. Breech loader. Ooh. Breech loader. Automatics. Military versions, a muzzle loader, a pump action, rate of fire, your trap door, lever action rifles, and match competent game power produced for accuracy shooters who used rifles were known as sharpshooters, which would later be contracted to sharpshooter. And then you can customize every single one of your firearms down. Combat's pretty simple. Like, it really is. Like, they pretty much say, like, you don't really want to get into fights. They kind of show, like, here's the showdown rules. Make intimidate checks. If you successfully are able to do an intimidate check, though, if you're successful, they might try to back down. And there's no problem if you try to back down. You're cool. And you kind of say, like, aren't many gunfights in the wild, in the actual, like, honest Wild West. That's not really the point. You don't want to be in a fight. And all of the various initiative modifiers, all of the combat modifier tables. One-handed shooting, back shooting, misfires, accidental discharges. Yeah, there's an accidental discharge system in this game. Parting shots. Shootout of the OK Corral. But here's the thing. This is the thing with Gunslingers. Gunslingers is fun. Like, here's the thing. Gunslingers is kind of a fun idea, but the action system itself is a little bit wonky. I might put this under actually a combat simple guns complex. A page of mod. Yeah, the thing is, because at the end of the day, combat does quite literally boil down. You want like the most basic summary of what combat does boil down to at the absolute minimum is 3d6 plus shooting, plus whatever your firearm skill, plus agility, plus your reflex. So I have a reflex of 6 and a firearms of 4. It's 3d6 plus 10. I rolled a 13 plus 10. I rolled a 23. I hit. All right. How much damage do I do? Well, I've got my 1870 Merwin and Holber. I'm going to do 2d6 plus 2. I did 11. I did 13 damage. You reduce your health by 13, and then we got to see how much damage we actually did. Did you take light wounds? Did you take critical wounds? There's a lot of actually stuff going on in this game, but like its core basic systems aren't actually that complex. There's just a lot of shit to add on to those systems, which you're kind of seeing. But here's the thing. I had to kind of review the action system going over this one, and it's not too bad. It's just a lot of stuff. This was clearly a passion project. This was a game written by someone who really likes all of the... He needs to get all the combat stuff right. It's a generic system. I'll probably put action... I will probably put action proper in... Curious Case of Western... not Curious Case of Western RPGs. A Curious Case of generic systems. Probably the next version of that. Just because action's a fairly interesting system. It's a system from a long time ago. It's over 20 years old at this point. And it's curious to see of like what happened. You know, what's the change from point A to point B? And because here's the thing. I actually found this game on the on its pretty much a document storing site. It's like you can't buy this game anymore. You can't just find it like by Googling it because it's gone. It's almost vaporware. I found it on the Internet Archives. Yeah, that's where I found it. It was on a fucking Internet Archive site. And it was like, oh. It's an interesting look into a history I wasn't quite expecting. So, that brings us to our last game. This one, I don't know. It's hard to summarize this next one. It's hard to even get a good idea of it. Dogs in the Vineyard by Vincent D. Baker. Dogs in the Vineyard. Whew! Alright, okay. I'm going to do my best to summarize Dogs in the Vineyard. Because Dogs is a fascinating duck. Because it's written by Vincent Baker. Yes, the Mormon Reformist RPG. Now, Dogs in the Vineyard. Dogs in the Vineyard actually won the Indie RPG of the Year in 2004, I believe. 2004 for its first edition and most innovative game. It also won, it was nominated for a Diana Jones Award. Diana Jones was a big fucking deal back in the day. It's not anymore. Diana Jones is amusing. It sucks. Nobody gives a shit anymore. I don't think anyone actually really gave a shit to begin with. But generally speaking, it has been lost in transit. The Emerging Designers Program. Let's see. Trophy was liberated, eventually ended up in Diana Jones Committee. Let's see. The end of the license of the role-playing game. Let's see. Destruction of one of the least loved, critically salvaged games of all time receives appropriate symbol of excellence. Also contains a counter that reads Nazi from the game. While trademark claims was presented at Lucasfilm Assistance. Remember that TSR has tried to trademark the term. That reads Nazi TM from the game. That's great. Yeah, so this is the Diana Jones Award. Somebody owned the Diana Jones Award. That's amusing. It's very funny. But yes, Dogs in the Vineyard almost won that one, and it is another narrativist game coming from the early 2000s. Now, the early 2000s was a fascinating time, mostly because it was the Wild West almost. 4E was kind of on the horizon at this point, as 3.5 was kind of coming to the end of its lifespan. This was a time when real indie shit happened. Real indie shit TM was going on. This was a time for people to push some boundaries and make some weird shit, man. Unfortunately, we ended up with all this shit. We have entered the worst timeline. We are in the darkest timeline. And arguably, it's because of Vincent Baker here. Because Vincent Baker, for those who don't know, is the head of Lumpley Games. And in turn, how do I want to word this? Lumpley Games, and in turn, some of the other games that you may have known about. His first game was actually called Kill Puppies for Satan, which was a kind of a jokey game, but also completely serious. It was a weird one. And then you have the cheap and cheesy fantasy game, Matchmaker. Dogs in the Vineyard was his first major success. This was the game to change things. This is what made Vincent Baker the RPG man in many, many people's eyes. Which also led to The Abductors, Mechton, or Mobile Frame Zero, Rapid Attack, Poisoned. I liked In a Wicked Age. I'm the only human being alive who liked In a Wicked Age. But eventually, Vincent would unleash the apocalypse. Unfortunately, he is behind Mobile Frame Zero. Unfucking fortunately. So, yeah. He would like to claim that he is like this genius behind it. It's a fucking Lego war game. It's not exactly the most innovative thing in the world. But he also was, in 2010, the man who wrote Apocalypse World. Yes, Apocalypse World. The game that has since come to dominate a certain section of the indie sphere. He has, I think the best way to word it, Vincent has been enslaved by Apocalypse World. He's its fucking gimp at this point. It little dances around. He has to dance around for its own amusement because Apocalypse World grew out of Vincent to make a lot of different things. Things that kind of we can't escape from at this point. A lot of games we see now, things like Lumen, things like Blades in the Dark. Fuck, there's probably a lot more. Oh yeah, baby. Apocalypse World was born from Vincent Baker. And everything after is him. That's why I've referred to him as the Antichrist in some cases. This man is the man who created Apocalypse World and brought forth PBTA into our unfortunate reality. A lot of the story games we see nowadays can actually draw their influence from Apocalypse World. But here's the odd thing. Apocalypse World does not exist. That feel when your first game was an Omen. Yeah, kill puppies for Satan, but here's the odd thing. Like, Vincent doesn't exist without GNS. He doesn't exist without a very certain kind of person from a very certain kind of era, from a very certain kind of website who did these things. This is something that he enjoys, that he makes. And that there's something I can respect it. The thing is this. I don't hate Vincent Baker. I do not hate him. I don't like his design philosophy is very different from my own. I dislike him at a philosophical standpoint. It's more of those like I would like to sit in a room with a bottle of with some brandy between us as we debate the finer points of game design. That's why I dislike him. From a philosophical standpoint. I liked some of the work he does, including Dogs in the Vineyard. Most of his philosophy I kind of find stupid. And, splash the bourbon in the eyes and crack this, glass over his, skull. But Vincent, here's the odd thing with Dogs in the Vineyard, however. It was an incredibly successful game. Very good. Everyone liked it. However, he took it off. No longer available for sale in either print or digital formats because Baker's dissatisfaction with the setting, which we'll get to. And this came out in 2019. Baker indicated that he has considered a new edition or sequel that would extract the system from the setting. But work has not begun. However, in 2019, he also decided to do it. Give it to this guy, K.N. Obada. K.N. Obada has done nothing else. This is the only thing. It is $9 for an 80-page book, which is, by all accounts, Dogs in the Vineyard with everything taken away from it. Everything we're going to go over, it's Dogs in the Vineyard. This is what this is, just with none of the fun stuff behind it. Now, I have to go over all of this just to set the stage that this book, right here, is something that we really shouldn't be looking at. It's a special book. You can't buy it. Only pass it around now. And generally, I think this is a very good example of a game that got away from its creator. A game that I would say surpassed the writer. It could say Vincent Baker wrote the game, but I don't really think Dogs in the Vineyard really deserves that insult. Vincent wrote the game. He did not, however, make the game. The game made itself. And there's a reason it's kind of stuck in the minds of a lot of people, and why I kind of saved it for last was because it is indicative of a certain era and the person who started the next one. And generally, I like it. I really like Dogs in the Vineyard. However, I don't like Dogs in the Vineyard as written. Strange, isn't it? I don't like it the way that it's written, but I like the game. I don't like the intent, but I like everything about it. It's a very strange situation. I'm going to go over it, what I actually mean by that. So what is Dogs in the fucking Vineyard, though? You know, I've been beating around the fucking bush. What is Dogs in the Vineyard? Well, Dogs in the Vineyard can be roughly summarized as a Mormon reformist tabletop role-playing game. Sort of. Sort of. It sort of is that way. Again, he kind of goes over like first session, like how to actually do things. But we need to kind of understand the setting. Because here's the thing. The setting is, I'm going to give you, this is going to be Notepad summarizes the setting poorly. Oh, my sneeze. So, I'm going to summarize the setting poorly for you, just to give you an idea of what this game is actually about. Effectively, in a land that is not the West, but also is the West. Because it's not the Mormon church. Gotta remember that. You are not the Mormon church. You are the Church of the Father and of He who is above. Again, it's the Mormon church, but it's not. And you all have come out west, have set up a community, and the idea is that you, since all of your people have lived here for years, and everyone follows this doctrine, this very particular doctrine, and your duty is dog. Because the people are spread out. There's little communities spread all around this area, including the big central hub city of Bridal Falls. Everyone likes Bridal Falls. And here's the problem. The dogs. You're God's watchdogs. You are the people that are sent out to pretty much be the long arm of the law. Or more accurately, a long arm of the faith. And as such, your job is very simple. You go to places and you root out heresy. Root out evil, no matter the cost. You are the flame that has to cauterize the wound. There is something going wrong, you cut it out. Because the worse things get, worse people are going to suffer. And it's your job as emissaries of God to fix things. There's one problem, though. There's one catch. And I think this is the part that Vincent didn't realize was actually very fascinating. And it kind of flew over his head. The dogs are usually only about 18 to 20. Young virgins, all of them have to be virgins, very specifically stated to be as such. And you are kids. You have just left home, you've been trained for 2 months, and you get a firm pat on the butt and told to get going. And all of the dogs are like this. They even say, like, very rarely dogs will be in their 30s. Very rarely. Because the entire idea of this setting is that it's not actually very well defined. It's a very poorly defined setting. It's not supposed to be defined. That's the entire idea. technically the full faith, the faith in all things in the King of Life reborn, and the whole name of the dogs is the order set apart to the preservation of faith and the faithful. Casually, the king's dogs are life's watchdogs. Here's the odd thing about this. He goes over things, like he tells you all about it, like the mountain people, who are the natives, effectively. He talks about the natives and how some people hate them, some people like them. Very complicated relationship. The territorial authority is like... Territorial authority is technically part of the church, but also not part of the church. It's laws. And then back east is like, oh, everyone sucks. And then we have the non-believers out here. But here's the thing with dogs. You're young. You're young. You're stupid. Because the original... Because here's the problem. This is the biggest issue, the largest presiding problem child of Dogs in the Vineyard. And I think this is one of the things what I said earlier of a game of a writing that got away from the writer. So there's three interpretations to Dogs in the Vineyard, and I'm actually standing to get this across because you know it's getting serious when I stand, and because my knees hurt. Interpretation one is what we're going to call Vincent's truth. Which we're going to call Vincent's truth. Vincent's truth is that Dogs in the Vineyard is about effectively being a bunch of idiots handed authority, and you're kind of encouraged to abuse that authority, but you're also kind of trying to reform the church from the inside with that authority. You are pretty much Mormon cowboys trying to kind of talk about the problems of the Mormon church. That's Vincent's truth. Let's talk about the Mormon church and how you can try to reform it to make it the good Mormon church. Because, oh no, the church is flawed. You have option two, though. What I like to call what 95% of other fucking people saw this game as. You are effectively magic fucking Mormon cowboys going from town to town with a gun in one hand and a cool ass coat in the other, and you're like, yeehaw, chuckle fucks, I'm going to fuck your day up. I am the faith's authority. Because the entire time you're encouraged to preach. You kick down the door of the church being like, yeehaw, chuckle fucks, here's the sign of the tree, here's my Bible, let's talk about Jesus. And it's kind of that thing where it's like demons are not necessarily true. Yeah, here's the thing. You can play this game with or without magic, but think about if you did have magic. You're effectively, again, magic wandering Mormon cowboys who walk up in the town one day, chatting with people and, you know, preaching the good word. And then Brother Jeremiah shows up being like, dogs, I got a problem. Being like, what's the problem? Well, there's a fucking demon possessing my wife. What do you mean there's a demon possessing your wife? There's a demon. She's speaking tongues. She's doing some crazy shit. Locked herself in the house. I need help. Then you go to investigate. It's like, oh God. And then you have to engage in demon battle with a fucking, it's like, yeah, let's try to save people. Save the flock. And it has this kind of metal vibe to it. Because the entire time is like, you are these cool characters. You're a cool batch of characters. With a very unique twist to it. Because as those characters, you are... You have authority, but you exercise your authority as you see fit. However, my interpretation of Dogs in the Vineyard, this is the notepad version. And what I think Dogs does best is you are the least qualified people to go out there and help people. You're 18, 19 years old with no life experience, pretty much, told to go out and build that life experience. And how you have to kind of engage with people, and how you have to talk with people, and how you have these larger issues of faith. of you have to question things. Because there might be a scenario where, morally speaking, this is wrong. Theology-wise, this is correct. Legally, this is in a gray zone. And it's up to you, pretty much this dumbass kid, to sort it out. I find that very fascinating. Because what do you do in a scenario? Let's say you wander into a town and you have a problem. The problem is very simple. Man wants to divorce his wife. Well, technically, we cannot, we don't, the church says absolutely not. But he also reveals she's not converting, being like, that is perfectly fine. And however, you realize that that woman that he married technically wasn't never okay. Like, he clearly is trying to, like, divorce her, not because he doesn't like her, but because there's this external pressure from other people. He's pretty much getting dogged by other people because he's not married the right person. She's not good. He still clearly loves this woman. And he would do anything for her. And he's trying, like, anything. Like, yep, she's not converted, but I really don't give a shit. I love this woman, but I also know that I can't love her according to society. So it's like, oh, it's fascinating. Because what do you do in that situation? Legally speaking, like, you can try to stop it. Like, it's religiously, it's like, yeah, we can dissolve the marriage, but we also can't dissolve the marriage because you did legally marry her, but you also didn't marry someone in the faith. But you also have this, like, internal pressure of, like, well, we need to do this. This is an external pressure to do this. It's a very fascinating setting game to actually work with. That is not what the game is about. That is not what the game is about at all. So what do you actually play as? Well, you play obviously as the dogs. And this is your character. This is all you get. You get nothing more. You get nothing less. So, overview, you begin with this, and creating your characters first time you meet and play. So, procedure, you have to choose a background. Well-rounded, strong history, complicated history, strong community, complicated community. And, here's the secret. Here's the secret, kids. Depending on how you play, usually well-rounded is the best. The rest are kind of like advanced. Like, the further you go down the list, the more advanced. Excuse me. So, Brother Martin Coxsack just has a complicated history, because he's a man of Ram Ranch. I divided my 15d6 across all of my stats here. So, I have an acuity of 46, will of 46. I'm pretty well-rounded, like, overly so in some cases. Yeah, I am, like, pretty standard across the world. So, and then we have our traits. Traits are pretty much chosen things that mean what you have. You can assign as many dice as you want to each of them, but you want to kind of spread them out a little. So, for example, I'm a dog from Ram Ranch, a cowpoke with no future, only got 2d4 in there, that's bad. A woman loved to look at me, men love to eye me up, and slow on the uptake and nasty on Rizel. Alright. Then relationships. So, this is the other odd part. So, you have to assign all your dice here, obviously. And then relationships can effectively be used to supplant anything. So, let's say, for example, we roll into town, and there is, that same man who quote, wants to divorce his wife, but doesn't actually want to. I may assign a 2d6 to the guy. I may say, Jeremiah White, pressured man. And anytime I'm dealing with Jeremiah White, I'm going to be able to roll an additional 2d6. Because I'm with the guy. We're 100% on each other. I understand him, he understands me. And that's fine. Like a simplified anima sheet. But, like, here's the thing. This entire section doesn't really mean anything. It's literally just this. Like, this is the entire character sheet. Like, this of what you actually need. But welcome to story games, where you didn't really have that much. So, the thing is, like, the D4 traits aren't actually very good. Mostly because when we get to how actually combat rolls, and how actually the game works. One thing about it, too, is that technically, you get to choose whatever your belongings are. Whenever you fucking feel like. So this is how I chose to get it. I have Varric the horse, a jar of consecrated earth, the book of life, which is the Bible, and a Bowie knife. And I also chose a very fine gun, because I wanted a gun. Because guns are nice. So it's like, cool, gun. Gun go burr. So then we choose, it's pretty much if it's big or if it's excellent. You know, oh, if it's crap, just roll 4. You don't, there's no rules for it really, you just get it. Or all guns get an extra D4. Excellent. This is us excellent plus big gun gets 1d4 plus 2d8. A normal gun, like anyone might carry, d4 plus d6, and a crap gun gets 2d4. He or she wishes. And that's pretty much it. Now, this is the big thing when it comes down to the accomplishment. I'm actually going to show everybody how to actually play the game here. So let's say, for example, so I hope my character, one distinction in the eye of the teacher. The idea is that this is kind of how you get a free trade. So, let's say, for example, I want to say, delicious coffee. Absolutely delicious. So, let's say, for example, I want my trait. The next trait I want to get is I want to get over my fear of women. You know, brother Martin Coxsack wants to get over his fear of women, and we're gonna have Sister Heart is gonna teach us how to get over our intrinsic fear of women. Because let me grab all my fucking dice, because you need a shit ton of dice for this game. Reminder, you need a lot of dice. A lot of dice. So, okay, we're gonna bring out some more D6s. I actually brought out my big thing of dice, and we're gonna have to roll 4d6. So I'm gonna keep that off to the side. Martin's gonna have how much dice does Martin? Martin needs 8, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One of these, I'm going to need some D10s. 1d10, 2d10. Where's my fucking D10s? Ah! Actually, 3, 4 D10s. Alright. And luckily, I have a trait, so women love me, love to look at me. So I have to take another D4. So actually, let's see, I get a D10, and I have to take another D4. There we go. Alright, so, I've assembled our dice. This is where things get wonky. So, for context sake, my current dice that I have on my side, I have 8 D6, 1 D10, 1 D4. Those are my dice. The enemy, if my opposition, has 4d6, 4d10. So, and this is how the game works. This is the best way I can do to describe the game. They're going to roll their dice. We're going to take that tool, put that out here. I'm going to organize my dice properly just so I can do it as easy as physically possible. Organize everything to make my life simple and clean. Simple and clean, TM. That is a reference to... They rolled like horse shit, by the way. So, next I'm going to roll my dice. I did not roll much better. Let's see. So I got a 6, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 1, 2, 1. All right. So let's say, for example, we'll set the stage here. We'll set the stage. Someone is trying to effectively try to help me get over my intrinsic fear of women. Martin Coxsack does not like women. He is scared of them because he was raised at Ram Ranch. Yeah, you're going to roll a shit ton of dice. So, here, actually, what I'm going to do, I'm going to just to show everybody the true amount, like what I'm currently rolling. So, Martin's current roll is he has a 6, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, and we'll do Sister Miriam has got a 6, 6, 5, 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 1. Those are our current dice. These are what we're currently working with. Let me just actually make a double check to make sure. Yes. This is what we're currently working with of our current dice. So we'll say Sister Miriam opens up. Because what you have to do is you have to make the raise. This is the goal. What you need to do is make a raise. You pick 2 dice. And that's what you're going to do. You pretty much say, I'm going to aggressively put this forward. Being less like, this is me trying to influence you to help you or for you to get over something. So, Sister Miriam, for example, is going to take her 5 and her 4 and put those forward. So she doesn't have these 2 anymore. Those are gone. She put her 5 and 4 forward. So, and then me, I'm like, well, Brother Coxsack is like, okay, that's a 9. So I need to put both of my 5s up to counter it. That is called seeing. And if you put 1 dice forward and counter their roll, you turn it back on them. You pretty much slap it back and you get to use that dice again. Cool. If you just do 2, nothing happens, nothing, you pretty much remove both of your dice and throw it away. You don't need them anymore. They've been used. Then it goes to the next person. However, if you use 3 or more, you're going to take fallout dice equal to the number of things you used. So you might take 1, you might take 2, you might take 3 or 4. Might take quite a bit of dice. Fallout dice, as you can say, is your damage, you can say in a way. Or it's your ability to mitigate harm. But we're just doing a very basic understanding of what the actual system is, because this is very weird. So, Martin's going in for the kill. He damn well knows he can and he wants to. So he's going to take his 6. He's going to take... Actually, let's see. No, actually. Yeah. He's going to take a 6 and a 3. He's going to put 9 forward. Doesn't have that much left, but he is banking. She's going to need to use it. So he's got 9. So she's going to take a 6, put it forward. She's going to take a 4, put it forward. She beat his call effectively. So we get these 2, and both of these go away. Okay, it's just her now. She's got a 6, 3, 2, and a 1. So she has to put 2 forward. What she's going to do is she's going to put a 1 and a 6 forward. So she's got 7 on me, right? Ugh, this isn't very good. So Martin's like, okay, I got 7 on it. I'm going to need to spend 3 of my dice. I'm going to spend 3 of my dice to get rid of it. But, oh no, I'm going to take some fallout for it. So I'm going to take some problems by virtue of doing it. Both of the dice go away now. So, literally, all she has is a 3 and a 2 and I have a 3, 2, and a 1. Not exactly good for me. She's going to put forward her 2. So she's got a 5 now. I'm looking at it. I'm like, I can counter this just like that. 3 and a 2. Counter each other. And I am the victor. I have 1 dice left. She does not have any dice left. I am the winner. Simple, right? Now imagine that with 34 people. All happening at once. This also is not factoring in a very special mechanic called escalation. Yes. Trust me, that was the basics of it. That was the absolute simplest understanding of it. Because, let's say for example, again, I just rolled heart plus will. Those are the 2 stats I rolled. But let's say I escalated it. Let's say, she gets pretty much up in my grill and I try to shove her away and run the fuck away. I don't want to do it. I might be able to roll my body score and add it to it. And she can then add her skills to it. She can then they would add their body score to it. You pretty much escalate up, and the more you escalate, the worse things get. And because I even took Fallout, I'm going to have to deal with things like this. So, I might have to take some D4s in Fallout, or I might have to deal with problems. Dogs in the Vineyard kind of works, kind of doesn't. It's very, strange. Wow, I hate it. I play cribbage. It's very... It works better than it sounds. I'll say that. It works a little bit better than it sounds. Because initially I didn't like the system either, but most of the time you're going to be using D6s instead of things like D10s. But it gets messier and messier and messier as things continue. And mind you, I didn't factor in things like guns or the types of fallout that could occur. So, let's see. Again, they go over the dogs quite a bit. Because the thing is, they will go over the nature of how dogs operate. And the thing is, like, my issue is, you go into it, and they tell you a lot about how your character would grow up and your problems. And there is this divide between men and women, but men and women are both kind of expected to go into the world, actually. And it's Mormonism. You're pretty much, if you are a man, you are expected to be able to get just about any local level office you ask for. You can do whatever you want. If you're a woman, however, you expect prestigious suitors, far more in say in your future than non-dog women have. Again, there's some interesting ideas they're talking about. Right here. Some dogs just stay dog, again, according to their spiritual intuition. They don't ask to be released. Few dogs in the field are in their 30s. I suppose 1 or 2 might. Then we have some converts. So ancestor looked after you, spirit led provided for you. Now you understand your native religion. Going forward, your relationships and ceremony. Yes, let me see. So, he does go over all the ceremonies. So, let's say, for example, laying on hand. Let's say make the sign of the tree. Everybody here, let's make the sign of the tree together. Sacred as a stylized tree, the tree of life. You hold up your right hand up to its shoulder level, palm forward with your fingers wide as possible. Wide as possible. Make the sign of the tree. Sing and praise. Recite the book of life. And it's solemnized marriages. You know, it's have the couple hold hands before you, mark both of their foreheads with sacred earth, call upon the authority of the ancients, and recite one of the many relevant passages from the Book of Life, declaring them wed. Call the wife by her new name. Heal a sick person, lay on hands, drive demons out of the house, make the sign of the tree, declare authority you have from the ancients, and command the demons to depart. Bolster your commands, make the place less hospitable to them. Because, yeah, they want to get you in jar of sacred dirt. It's consecrated. Very different. The thing is, they want you to get into the mindset of these characters, which I actually find something very good. Because the thing is, when things go wrong in a branch, it looks like this. Someone's proud. Pride enacts creates injustice. Injustice leads to sin. Sin leads to a branch that lets the demons attack. And when the demons attack, they create false doctrine. And false doctrine leads to corrupt worship, which leads to false priesthood. False priesthood calls sorcery. Sorcery leads to murder. So it's kind of that idea of like, these can be either very technical or something can be very untechnical. You know, there could be like, the demons are literally attacking, or it could be demons, these aren't really demons. You're just getting raided by outlaws. Well, what happened? Well, someone's really fucking poor. Like, this town is really poor, but very proud. They do not let any bandits in. It creates injustice. They've pretty much not let people sup at their dinner table. It's led to sin. You know, these bandits get annoyed. So, someone breaks the rules, and they come in and attack. They start raiding. Oh, no! Or you can make it literal demons. Because that's cool. It's cool to fight demons as, you know, sacred Mormon cowboys. Like, so, and the thing is, like, you have, like, right here, Stuart Joseph comes in range. All my work, all my time, all my investment in Brother Zachary's salvation. And what? For what? You kill him. My job is to heal the wound, the character says. Your job is to heal the wound. My job is to save the body. Which is a very unique set of dynamics. Your character is technically above the law, but also not above the law. You are the church's law, and the church says many things. If this guy's a bastard, drag him out and kill him. Because that's the best thing that could occur. If someone's being a bastard, maybe it's just better to put a bullet in him. And, you know, it's things like, again, it's like your character's conscious in your own. Like, here's the thing. I think this entire section was be like, well, the church is broken and you kind of have to try to reform it. The problem is they don't really present the church as broken. They present the church more as a necessary evil in some cases, or unfortunately, or in the best interpretation, which is the church is fine. The faith is fine. There's nothing wrong with the faith. The major issue with the faith, though, is that it's run by human beings, and human beings are very flawed. The faith isn't, there's nothing wrong with the faith. The only problem is with people who abuse the faith, or don't understand why we participate in things like that. And, you know, we wrap up, nice relationships, you can, it's pretty standard stuff. So, GMing, character creation, like, you have to kind of go over, like, go over everything, create characters and all that. It's pretty simple to make characters. And this is the conflict resolution system. Very simple. It's taking sides, take up your dice, choose which stats, you roll your dice, and then go nuts. Go sicko mode on people. Also, egoist. I can't believe Sterner's here. Yeah, it's not exactly complex. And that's why D4s are considered bad, because got tired in the setting, but you smooth the mechanics, need another pass. Because here's the odd thing. If you play it by book, if you play it raw, it doesn't quite work. If you play it kind of more loosey-goosey, it kind of works. Like, with this particular section with, like, the traits and things and stuff, it works pretty well, because, like, this is, like, the extent of what you're going to be. It's pretty much a D6 comparison game. At the end of the day, it's a D6 comparison and trying to be like, well, I'm putting 2 forward. Well, I'm putting this forward. I'm putting this forward. Be like, well, I can either expend big dice or little dice. Put this forward. It's not that complex. It's not really supposed to be. You always raise with 2 dice and you try to see with it. If you see, good. 4 dice equals exceed the raise, you see. Both your character's response and the dice you're using to get it. See without describing how your character deals with the raise. See with 1 die, you reverse the blow. Because the interesting thing with reversing the blow is let's say somebody puts forward a 4 and a 1. That's all they got left. They put a 4 and a 1 forward. They're pissed, they're angry, they've got a 5. But let's say you have an 8. You look at it, you put the 8 forward. You counter their dice. Their dice are gone. Their dice are fucked. But you get to keep that 8. Because you put 1 forward. There's a little bit of nuance to it. And I like when it does that. The problem is they open up with the worst example physically possible and they don't explain how it works. But at the end of the day, it's roll some dice, compare the dice, go for it. That's really all the game boils down to. Like, if you want to be like incredibly like simplified version of what this game actually is. Characters roll XD6 plus XD. Characters roll attribute plus stuff. Compare results. Ultimately speaking, that's all it is. This is all the game is. So if I roll a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you roll a 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm going to beat you. We've compared the results. I'm going to put a 4 and 5 forward. You're like, oh no, how do I beat the 4 and 5? Got to put the 3, 4, 5 forward. No, I'm losing. However, it's how that system is actually using that works. It's things like reversing the blow. Cool. Done. So when you take a blow, you always get fallout dice. The number of dice equal to the number you use to see. So if you use a bunch of dice, you're going to take a lot more fallout, which is bad. But if you don't use as much, because then you also get things like giving. You can just say no. Absolutely not. Like, I don't want to fight this anymore. You can give. You just say, I'm done. You win. But you gain an advantage in any follow-up conflict. Simply because you gave a little, in exchange, you get a little. All right. You know, affected by your raise. You gotta see, you're going back and forth. Again, it's not a very complicated game. But then we get this. The escalating mechanics. You roll stat dice for a new arena. Let's take it from my reversal. Maybe if in his life, he wouldn't have gone this way. I put forward my 1 and go with my 6. Have a 7. See, forget this. You say, I punch you. Now your character isn't talking anymore. He's fighting. That means you roll body plus will, take up the new dice, throw him down, at him. You can technically draw upon every single one of your dice here. Because the biggest thing you're trying to do is deciding when to escalate, when not to escalate, and what's your character actually good at. Because you've used these already, you can't use your body again. You can't just roll your body again. You can't endlessly escalate. There comes a point when you have to stop escalating. When that point comes, well, hopefully you didn't fuck up. So, using traits and things adds stuff to it. Now, one of the problems is that guns always add that D4, and the D4 sucks. The D4 is the worst thing in the game. Don't want the D4. And if you draw the gun, things go poorly. You know, I have a character adjust his eyeglasses, for instance. I get to roll their dice just once the first time. So, see your raise, but you don't get any more dice for it. Now use trader belongings, see your raise. Let's see, like stats and everything else, you can roll trades and belongings dice only once in a combat. So you're always kind of using said dice to kind of determine what you're using, how you're doing it. And the idea is that guns are the only thing that can really kill you pretty reliably. That's the only thing. I shoot you for a raise, for instance, you get to roll your guns dice, then put your 2 dice forward. The dice you roll for the trade thing are available to you. You roll a trade for things dice only once, no matter how many times you incorporate. Just give up. So, let's say, for example, I get some fallout. The idea is that the fallout goes entirely based off of this. Depending on how much fallout you actually get. You only take the 2 highest. So let's say, for example, I take 4d6 fallout. So I would roll my dice. I rolled a 5 and a 3. I got 8 fallout. That's bad. I have a 1 long-term injury. So I look at my long-term effects and subtract 1, take a new trait at d4, take a new relationship at 1d4. You know, fall less than 8, so short-term consequences. Yeah, fallout dice. The thing is, if you roll any 1s on your fallout dice, you actually get experience points, which allows you to increase them, makes yourself better. Here's a little problem. I'll tell you a little problem. There's one big little problem of this entire disaster area. And that disaster area is that most of these, as you kind of see from like long-term violence, it's like take a new trait, take a new relationship, 1d to an existing d4 trait, subtract 1d from the existing 1d6 trait relationship, change the die size, race of belonging. The issue is like with Dust Devils. You need to be really invested in this. We're saying, oh no, I got a d4, oh no, because mechanically speaking, those d4s don't do anything different. They aren't changing anything. You're still adding them to your roll, and you're still being able to move them around and being able to use them. And it's like, oh, okie then? And when you're dealing with multiple people, it's like, well, I'm affecting 1, 2, and 3. And player 1, 2, and 3 has to see, but player 4 doesn't, but player 4's got to do this. Again, you got to be... Here's the thing. I want to play this game. I want to play Dogs in the Vineyard. I really do. I want to play Dogs in the Vineyard with a very different system. Because this is very narrative, very to the point, and like, here's the ceremony. After you use the ceremony, you get to use all the bonus dice. Look at all the bonus dice if you're doing all of it. Wowzers. GM plus 1 player game. See, I would say that too. The problem is, you physically cannot play this game with 1 person. You will not succeed. You will have a miserable time. Because team, they are explicitly said, dogs are explicitly stated to work in teams. Because you need to have those relationships with other people. Because you physically do not have enough dice. Do that. You need to be able to offload some of the damage elsewhere, and you need to have other things to do. A solo person is going to get fucked up badly because it doesn't make sense in the narrative. That's the problem. Vincent made this narrative so you need to have more people into it, because if you don't, it's a single cowboy, it's some single 18-year-old dumbass. The crunch is hurting the aim, yes. This is like one of the biggest complicating issues with Dogs in the Vineyard. And sometimes you get to you add demonic influence, and sometimes you get to here's critical this, here's critical that. This is again a very narrative game. It's very pretty, very nice. Everybody loves it. Everyone's having fun. Look how much fun we're having. But Here's the fucking secret. Here's the fucking secret. You don't actually feel like you're doing This is a story game. In an appropriate game, you would never. How do I want to do this? Here's all of this. Here's all how you do things. Here's how we do things. Oh no, well, how long does it take to do this? The actual systems of the game are not actually very. They're dull. Because if you play the game as it is intended, just completely raw, the game is put forward dice here, compare dice. Can you see that? Yeah. Okay, I'll put 2. Okay, awesome. Put 2. Okay. What are you going to do? Well, I'm going to put my D6. I'm going to put my 4 and my 3 forward for a 7. I can put my 5 and a 3 forward. Okay, get rid of both of them. I'm going to put this one and this one forward. I'm going to put this one. If you just play the game like that, the game doesn't work. Especially when you get to things like, oh, I want to escalate the game. I want to escalate the conflict by drawing a gun. Okay, I'm going to draw a gun. So, but the problem is, your normal gun is only going to do this. Your normal gun isn't actually bringing much to the fight. It's the narrative threat of bringing the gun out. That's what you have to rely on. The narrative threat of a man pulling a gun on you is the scary part. Because in setting, oh no, he's pulled a gun on me, I should be scared. In mechanics-wise, if you're already winning, that gun ain't gonna do jack diddly shit. That gun is not gonna do a single goddamn thing. You're going to draw the gun. You're gonna roll 2d6 plus fucking 4, plus a d4, which isn't good, by the way, but we can still make it work. And you're gonna compare the results. Oh no. And a 4 and a 2. Like, there's a chance he's gonna roll like 1, 1, 3 on that. It's like, congratulations, like you've rolled shit. There's nothing you can do. It's kind of rough in that regard, and it's like, here's, you know, structuring each game. Like, the thing is, they want you to kind of like do all the, here's how to build towns, here's how to build problems. Like, they go over like, here's the faith position of love, sex, and marriage. Husband and wife, all sex and all love is virtuous. 2 men or 2 women, no romantic love is virtuous. And sex is a sin, and coincidentally, a crime. Between 2 people married to each other, no romantic love is virtuous, sex is a sin. Between an unmarried man and a married woman, no romantic love is virtuous, and sex is a sin. Between a married man and an unmarried woman, romantic love might be virtuous, and sex is a sin. Between an unmarried man and an unmarried woman, romantic love is virtuous, sex is probably a sin. Except in the unfortunate case that I have a husband and a wife who don't love one another, sex is never virtuous without love. Yeah, because the thing is, it leaves enough of these kind of like gray zones. Well, here's the thing. When it comes down to like guns and stuff, because the idea is non-physical things. Like, if I'm just insulting you, there's no physical way I can roll above an 8. If I have like 5d4, I am never going to roll above an 8. If I have physical 6, I have 2 6s, 12. I'm never going to roll above a long term. D8s even, I will never roll above a badly injured. Gunshots are the only thing that can directly kill you. A gunshot is the only thing that can truly fucking kill you. Badly injured, you can get fucked up. You can get fucked up pretty bad with weapons. Most of the time, you're just going to be injured, not badly injured. D10s though, when the gun comes out, ooh, shit gets real. But you also might roll you might also roll 3 1s and have a short-term problem. Here's the secret, Birdie. Don't try to save this game. This doesn't really need to be saved. Yeah, the thing is, I like the fact that the game does actually go upon there's a lot of maybes and a lot of ifs because that's what kind of it is. It's like, well, we have all these problems and we need to kind of go over them. Like, how do we fix this? How do we do this? And that's kind of the problem, because you don't. You really don't know. And that's kind of the sad part. So, yeah, here are all of our various characters, and you know, it goes over to like actual plays and stuff. Most of these are like design notes. Relationship between the adapting the faith based on early Mormonism, but yeah, don't do violence. Yeah, he tries to like make it. It's not. Don't think about it too hard. All people he was influenced by. But yeah, here's the thing. Is Dogs in the Vineyard a good game? Sort of. Dogs in the Vineyard is fine. If you actually like just play it raw, like as a single session thing, yeah. I do. I actually do quite enjoy it. I think it has a good idea, a lot of solid concepts. I think the one big issue, with Dogs in the Vineyard is that playing it as intended, by the rules as written, don't work. The game just doesn't. The game interferes with the story that the game obviously wants to tell, and it kind of even says like, "Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't think about it. Don't think about it too hard. It's fine. It's fine." When someone draws a gun, everyone should be panicked. It shouldn't be well, you're just going to add another D6 plus D4 to your roll, which you're already fucked with. There's no possible way you can beat my like 2 D10s I still have. You're fucked. There's no physical thing you can do. It should be, fuck, you brought a gun to this shit? Oh, damn it. And I think the other major issue with Dogs in the Vineyard does kind of summarize as Vincent Baker made a really cool setting. Problem is, he doesn't want you to enjoy that. You're not enjoying the setting the way Vincent Baker wants you to enjoy the setting, which I feel is kind of an issue, because it kind of goes back and forth. And if it was kind of like, this is a Magic Mormon cowboy simulator where you have to shoot demons in the face, cool, do that. If it's a magic shot, if it's a, let's explore the crisis of faith of the young as they are forced to kind of undergo these trials by fire, cool, we can talk about that, let's do that. But it's really none of the above. It's kind of like this meandering where it doesn't want to offend anybody, but also like, here's the reformist Mormon church, everything is bad, and the Mormons and cowboys, oh no, like, and because it doesn't really commit to anything, it doesn't have that bite. And I think people like look fondly upon Dogs in the Vineyard because it has such a strong thematic flavoring. It's so thematic, so damn good when it works, but God, it doesn't feel like working half the time. Because it wants you very badly. Vincent wants you to play Vincent's game. And when I think he realized people weren't playing his game, that's why he took it off. I mean, God, Dogs in the Vineyard 2, you know, the Book of Life or whatever, I think that could be interesting, but I don't think we'll ever see it. I think shit like this is like what we'll actually see with Dogs in the Vineyard. I don't think we'll ever see a Dogs Vineyard 2 or an expansion to the setting, mostly because I don't think Vincent would ever want to touch this again. Because Vincent learned that he is too smart for his own good, and also a lot stupider than he thinks he is. So that, my friends, is and that is the conclusion of the Rootin' Tootin' case of Western games. We went over a lot of games today, but the one thing I kind of want to emphasize at the end of the day with these games is that the West is large and diverse and powerful and with themes and characters. But it's also kind of restricted in a way. There's a lot to go with. There's a lot of options, a lot of very unique systems. But there's also a lot of things that's easy to kind of be lazy with. It's easy to fall back on tropes. It's easy to kind of look at things like that. I also kind of wanted to take it as a little bit of a history lesson. Look at the history of most of the games we went over today. We have, like, if we really go into them, let's just do. Blazing Suns was a product of a D20 game. Dogs in the Vineyard is a 2004 pretty damn good game with the unfortunate reality of being written by someone who isn't very smart. Dust Devils is from 2002, award-winning game that no one probably remembers or wants to play. Gunslingers and Gold Rush Games is a product of an old time. Gunslingers and Gamblers has some very unique concepts, but most of that is gone now. You know, you have things such as Wild West Cinema RPG, which is, again, very thematic and very interesting, but is a slave to its own time. And then you have shit like Tombstone, which has about as much personality as a brick. Or even Song of the Sixgun, which is assigned to the same issue. Tombstone is never going to be finished. Song of the Sixgun is a game that is a perfectly okay. Also the most recent. But that is the Rootin' Tootin' case. Hope you all had a fun time. Now, I get to want to kill myself, because we're going to have to go to Kickstarter. Every time we go to Kickstarter, we have to look. I don't think it'll be that far, because I only checked last week. And I like to do, I've explained to this more than once, why I go to Kickstarter. Go to Kickstarter every single time, because it's important. Kickstarter is what this industry has been based off of for quite a while. And Maria de Jesus! There's my girl. She's back, everybody. God, shine on, Crazy Diamond. God, how much money? That's pretty impressive. For literally, oh God, oh sweet Jesus, those are boobies. Twitch, don't ban me. I didn't know, Twitch. 5e. Oh God, we're used for fantasy RPGs. Yay. Mega Dungeon Zine. That's Hardian Militia, 28mm. Silly Heroes in Trouble. Ooh, Spanish playset. Spanish. Bezio? No fucking clue. Looks like fun. Looks a little interesting. Auto crit D20s. Wow, look, cheat dice. Wow, how much money do you need for this? $4,000. No, you don't need $4,000, friend. Quartermain deck building adventures. Orkborg, brutal chaos in Orkborg. Look, Morkborg, we love Morkborg. Oh wow, look everybody, it's the exact same shit as usual. Holy shit, I would have never thought about it. You can read our thorough breakdown of our reasoning here. Let me guess, it's because money. Let me guess, it's because money. Oh, you know, it's money. Like, that's what they wanted. Yeah, this is literally it. It's money. That's literally all it is, and that's... No, don't think of that this is any, don't think like, well, we thought morally speaking. No, this is no moral, it's just money. That's all these people fucking care about. It's just money. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong about money. Money is money. And some people really like that money. Gotta get it. Cash money. Fuck everything else. Fuck anything else. They thought they could get on the NFT market. Was Morkborg any good? Morkborg is not a game. It is an art book pretending to be a game. That's my opinion on it. Let's see. Hoist the sails. Dogfight 2x2. Day of the Riot. Hex Encounter War Game. $29,000. Holy shit. Yeah. See, I always respect. I always have a deep respect for the guys who put out like these hex and shit games under these massive fucking boards. Like, they are huge. Burly Girls, 75mm. Those will never be used for any. Set in modern hell. It's a Brighton. Other Earths. D6 science fantasy TRPG. Oh. Oh my. I knew. Hey, no. People want it. 283 backers. Money is money. I gotta respect these guys. They actually only wanted 1944. Ha! It's funny. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't think they really wanted anything else. This is literally what this guy does, and I respect that. I respect this guy. Yeah, it's the hustle. Mostly because when you come to things like this, is like, the more money that is raised, they usually add in a shit ton more stuff. And the guys who love hex and shit games love hex and shits. Infinite Oddities D6 system. Classless and levelless. Oh, that's... Have you made anything else before Infinite Odyssey? Let's... No. No, you haven't. You have not. Let me guess. Oh wow, he's a Redditor. He's a Redditor. Oh God. 4 days ago. What's the earliest? Reddit. The Redditors. Yeah, having the thing is, having a lot of backers makes shipping harder, but he's probably overcharging. That's the thing. He's probably charging for shipping as well. And usually, because there comes a size where things get like a little bit too big, it becomes a lot harder to actually do anything. 1-page character sheet. Okay, custom character in 30 minutes. This is telling me nothing. Word game style encourage. Oh, that's not telling me anything. Rather than use for both combat and disc. Oh no. Oh no. Wow. I don't know why this image seems so funny to me for some reason. There's something amusing about this image. Oh wow. So what is the system? Tell me what the fucking system is. So so we can assume it's a D6 system. That's what we can assume that it's that. Feedback coming out in early 2023, so it's not coming out. Has anyone actually commented what the system actually is? No. Okay. So there is no system apparently. So actually let
Other single-page character sheet and character create different ways to resolve conflict. There are infinite possibilities for your character and playstyle. The war game style its style. Conflict system is used for both even in the heat of battle. Become as NPCs begin to trust the party. Schools of magic. And different powerful versions enemy spells back upon them. It's currently planned for Other Earth complete. Or into our community, it's additional artwork.
Okay, here's a secret. I'm gonna give you all a secret. See this Other Earth D6 science fantasy RPG? Doesn't tell me anything. Here's the secret. Here's the secret. There is no. I don't think. You haven't told me what the system is. I don't know what the fuck I would even be buying in this, because it could literally be just a D6. Is it open D6? Apparently it's not, because it's using this innovative new combat system. And it says Open Infinite Oddities D6 system, which is both classless and levelless. That tells me nothing. absolutely goddamn nothing about whatever the fuck you've just said means anything. That there's an alarm system, what does that mean? Oh, yeah, I can make a character in 30 minutes. I can make a character in 5 minutes. What it was, that doesn't mean anything. Information is key. Information saves lives. Let's see. Has there got anything other? We love 5e. We love 5e. Oh wow, look, it's another one of these ones. Oh wow, look everybody, it's another game like this about telling us how cool we are. We're tyrannical order. God, I've seen too many of those fucking games. Homebrew rules. World's greatest RPG. Ignored. 5e belongs to nothing but sadness. That is not system neutral. If you ever say new subclass, new race and spell, it's not system neutral. It's never system neutral. It never is. It never is neutral. Walking Mark 5e, 5e, 5e. We love 5e. We love 5e. Crimson Blades, War for America. Again, let's do hex and shit games. That's the secret. Just make hex and shit games. That's how you make money. Solo RPG journaling adventure game. It's a solo adventuring game where you journal. Like journaling? I don't get journaling games. Never have, never will. Always seen they were kind of weird. Side quest, it's matched with llamas. It's a dating app like card game. Llamas. The fuck, Spain? What the fuck is this? Spain, you got something you want to tell the class? What the hell? What? His name? No, why am I looking at this still? No llamas, no furries. A mecha RPG zine, okay, I like mechs. Mechs are fun, GM-less storytelling time. Nope, ignored, go away, Bryce. Nope, don't ruin things I like. See, unfortunately, I can't just, like, give people, like, a go fucking kill yours. Like, there's no option for me just to tell Daniel Fox to kill himself. That's all I need. Like, I mean, in Minecraft, of course. In Minecraft, but not really, because I genuinely hate you, Mr. Fox. I genuinely hate you. Diceless collaborative storytelling RPG every single fucking time. Physical edition for Zemo. GM-less tabletop engagements at sea, based off Mobile Frame Zero Firebrand. Mobile Frame Zero Firebrands is not even out yet. And you can't base shit off a game that is not out. Wait, F-Life? No. Why do I do this to myself? Why do I go to this fucking website? Every goddamn time I go to this website, I'm like, I'm going to have fun this time. Like, no, I never do. Never. I never have fun when I come here. It's only misery. Yep, we already been through lots. Alright, well that's absolutely awful and I hate everything about it. Wow, wowzers, kid. Wowzers! I love it. Let's do... No, don't do top sellers, please. God almighty. God almighty. Bring me deliverance. Okay, so let's see. Heart Meltor. Oh, 375. Oh no. Please tell me people haven't bought. It's a collaborative play-by-post storytelling game where you can do anything except roleplay. No. $5. You want $5 for this? Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck you on horse you rode in on. Hit a bus. Get hit by a bus. Do literally anything else. God, No, that's not. No, you can't do that. That's copyright infringement. Oh, God. Saga of the... Oh, Red Giant finally released. I'm actually very curious. Yeah, Red Giant are actually very fascinating. Because this is by Rookie Jet. Rookie Jet made Overarms, which sucks. Also, two things to remember. Overarms is not very good. There's actually not a lot of Overarms to actually do anything with. Bancho Meow Meow is not a game, and the fact that he's charging money for it, neck thyself. Try to be nice, but neck thyself. Wonder Rose and Compo, like the problem is Overarms is it's an incredibly rules light game that's trying to be JoJo, but also trying to be Persona, and does neither of them well. And I wanted to like Overarms. God, I wanted to like Overarms. Bancho Meow Meow is a goddamn meme game. It's 8 pages. The game is literally 8 pages. You're paying 50 cents a page for nothing. You pay nothing. It's a free game that wants to convince you that it's not. Red Giant, I want to get it because apparently it's better, but it's also been in development hell forever and ever and ever, so I want to get it, just to say I have it. That's literally it. Troika, that's another Troika game. Alright. Paper Warped, Horde, another Goose game. Oh. Powered by Charge. Wait a second. Isn't that... Oh. Hack the custom game. Charge isn't a fucking game. It's a goddamn SRD. Why do people keep buying these fucking things? Look, let's throw more money at SRDs. Let's never make anything unique. You'll never make anything new. No. It's not hard to make something new, guys. It's not. It's never hard. Doing it for a while now. Hello, Fjordkeep. Yeah, we're just wrapping up, actually. Oh, Jesus. Why am I here? Why do we suffer? Every day we suffer. God is dead. Let's see how much money. Oh, people have given this guy $2,000 for a fucking Lumen game. Oh, it's a Lumen game, but it's Kamen Rider, and you just want to buy the Kamen Rider artwork. Wow, great! I love it. I fucking love it. Like Rookie Jet didn't really make a very fascinating game, but it's infinitely fucking better than any of the Lumen shit I keep seeing. I hate Lumen. I hate Lumen because it's lazy as fuck to make anything with Lumen. Jesus Christ almighty. I don't know why people are like, I love Lumen. No. Fire Rescue Mages. I wonder what that's based off of. Wow, what a thought. Okay, you know what? You know what? We're done. We're done for today. Hey, why are we perpetually stuck in this endless nightmare from which we reside in? Why is there no salvation for us? Mex in Motion is Lancer. It's Lancer. I'm not gonna even bother. This is Kamigakari. I just got a ping about this. Offset print refunds. Offset print refunds. Like, oh my god. She fucked up the print run. Like, this was a... So she didn't actually... So she finally canceled this. That's very impressive. No, actually, you know what? Since we've been doing a lot of these things, let's actually just... Ever since it started, Amy ran off with the money as Lisa. Just another example. I received, oh wow, black and white soft cover for color cover in the 8-page. So yeah, that's a big cancellation. That's actually big news. That's actually very fascinating. I'm gonna make sure my people. You know what? While we're here, while we're having fun, let's actually do a little bit. Let's do a little bit of. Oh. My fucking antivirus popped off. It's like, please don't go to this website. Let's see. For those who don't know, this is Swordfall. Swordfall is a fascinating thing that I fucking hate. I've been following this for far too long. And let's see, Tales of Swordfall. What is this? Is nothing. Welcome to T-Core. Let's see, Swordfall 1, Twitter. Here's Swordfall 1. My side of the story, like, okay, so nothing has changed there. Swordfall is a fascinating duck of a game because he ran away with the money. But yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll call it there for today. So everyone, thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. So Godspeed, good luck, and I will see you all on Monday, which will be continuing Glitter Break some more. And when Glitter Break, we'll be continuing Glitter Break, and hopefully we'll be able to get progress on that. So, all the books will be uploaded by some time to the drive. So, thank you very much. Catch you all at a later time. Yay!